Government of Kerala. There are two papers in this session. The first paper titled Decentralization and Governance, Impact on the Scattered Margins and Lives on the Uplands. Experiences of Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe under Decentralized Governance in Kerala, authored by Professor Shivanandan P. Shivanandan P. is an Honorary Fellow of CDS, Honorary Director, Center for Subaltern Studies, Kila. The discussant for this session is Dr. T. Abhilash. Dr. T. Abhilash is a faculty at Center for Development Studies. The second paper titled Kerala's Decentralized Governance within the National Policy Process, Mapping the Challenges in the Sanitation Sector, authored by Professor N.C. Narayanan. Professor N.C. Narayanan is a professor and head at Ashank Desai Center for Policy Studies, IIT Bombay. The discussant for the session is Professor J. Devika. Professor J. Devika is a faculty at Center for Development Studies. We welcome chair, speakers, and discussant to the stage. Thank you.
Friends, I am Vijay Anand. I don't want to speak about Kerala's decentralization or anything, but just my brief association with Dr. Raj, which motivated me further in my pursuit of decentralization. The man who shaped India's first 5-year plan later became a very staunch devotee, had long discussions with him on decentralized planning, after observing everything from the ringside for decades. So there must have been something in his understanding. And for this workshop, I reread that famous seminal paper of 1971 and then reinterpreted many of the meanings. The focus on land and agriculture, local economic development as the core of decentralized planning, including small industries. Of course, those were the days of full employment vision. That was his idea, and we followed it. Even now, 30% of Kerala's plan has to be spent on what we call the productive sector, which includes this. And then something which Kerala has not achieved, I am largely at fault, local statistics for decentralized planning, particularly district planning. We have the old statistics, we still collect them in the old way, that is still there. And more importantly, I don't think we tried, though we tried district planning 2-3 times in the last 26-27 years, adaptation of planning techniques for local planning, including your local development product. That's something which we have not done. But the pointer to the future ignored localization of data and statistics and rigorous techniques required, which are acceptable to the local. And of course, he very clearly said de-bureaucratization of planning, even in his 1971 paper. Now, he was very keen in the initiative, very keenly involved, including visiting. I had visited 2-3 places with him in trying to understand what was happening when People's Plan started. He blessed it with all his genuine support, which helped us a lot, especially an unusual thing, a very rare political gesture. I don't think anybody of his stature would have done it anywhere in the country at any point of time, going and sitting in Dharna before the Secretariat to force government to come out with a legislation as follow-up of the 73rd and 74th Amendment. So that was all his contribution, and that actually had an effect. Not that it resulted in government amending the act and all that, but it sent a lot of powerful signals to people who normally don't take these things very seriously. And then, of course, his unique contribution, which I think that's my appeal to all of you, CDS should continue with it, the concept of KRP LLD, which predated People's Plan, should be attuned to the current needs of People's Plan. It can make a huge difference, probably take our district People's Plan to a higher level of this thing, particularly in these days of where eco-sensitive development is a need of the hour. So, in honor of his memory, I think that's something which CDS can. At one point of time, we in the planning board gave a small corpus, but that is not big enough. I think Professor Devika knows, and government can give another corpus and do it. And then I read in today's papers, I've heard, yes, that Dr. Raj is a great student of institutions. So if CDS can look into the SHG network and the local governments as institutions of democracy and development, it will be a great contribution. Thank you. I request Professor Shivanandan. On this, my view is also that nothing much has happened in SC/ST development, particularly ST development.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Vijayanand, for having come out here and also witness to the decentralized planning experiments. Now, this particular study which I have undertaken for KILAB during the last 4 years, they asked me to undertake an evaluation study of the experience of the marginalized communities in Kerala, that is the subaltern communities, the SC, ST and the fisher folk who constitute the marginalized communities. And KILA wanted to have an impact study of 25 years of decentralized planning, its impact on these marginalized communities. To do it, and I did it using all the available second data and doing primary surveys, because these people are concentrated, by and large concentrated in certain pockets. They seize on they are dispersed all over, and the STs on the uplands of the land, and also the fishermen on the coastal land. So they are three different identifiable communities who are still continue to be, as he said, to be at the margin. Now, I have undertaken this study, and today, now I am confining myself to two groups, the SCs and STs. The fisher folk I will do something sometime later, because the report is available. All the three reports are available, and the government, last time the Kerala event, it was published as 25 volumes of publication by the KILA initiative, and 3 are my reports. So this is out of these reports that I have called out some features of the experience of these two communities. Now, Kerala, as you know, in all human development indicators, it stands first. Nothing new. Everyone knows that. All indicators. But what about these marginalized sections? Are they remaining as marginalized ever, or have they any change among them? This is what I have pursued. And the government has identified about 64,006 households as most vulnerable and poverty stricken. 64,000 households are remaining. Others are crossed over the poverty line. And these households still remain. Then what is their expectation and their experience? This is what. So among the 64,000 households, 19% of them belong to the SCs, because their population in the state is only about 10%. But in this category, the extremely poor category, they constitute nearly 20%. And the ST, who are only 1.5% of the total population, they constitute about 4.7% of the extremely poor category also. So in both accounts, they remain the most backward sections. So it is in this context that government has come out to study their problems, and the government want to eliminate the poverty of these people, or get these people out of this situation within 4 years. Now, last time when the seminar was going on, government has claimed that nearly half of them are brought above the poverty line. I don't know, but we don't have any data to substantiate. Still, it may be true, because for the last 3-4 years, work is being done at the local level, panchayat level and all, that it could have been. Anyway, but still there is a large chunk still remaining as deprived. So at the local level, there is a higher increase of the fund available for these people, but there is a slower increase in the SCP TSP component, because all through the amount set apart for local level planning is almost double, and they are supposed to get the benefit out of it. But the progress, the experience of these two governments are very slow. It is progressive. Because the production sector, if you analyze, only 2.5% to 7.7% is set apart for production sector. Because that we know, they don't have land, they don't have any other productive assets. Therefore, the amount set apart for that also is low. So the increase takes much in the service sector, because their role is their participation is low. So most of the increase in the expenditure goes to the service sector, as we all know, in education, health, and all those things, of course, migration, all those things. So these people do not stand to gain much out of it. So the lower share in the production spending affect income generating capacity of the SC and ST households. That happens. And also the employment schemes have only small share. That's also only about 0.8% only their share. Now, coming back to the landholding situation, as we all know, Kerala is one of the pioneering states to implement land reforms in the 60s onwards. What is the situation now? Because nearly 1/3 of the geographical area of Kerala is out of ceiling limit. So we could distribute only the area which is available within the ceiling limit. So what happened to the rest? What is the 1/3 of the thing? It is in the plantation area. It is out of the ceiling limit. So the government distribute, even if the land reform is completely implemented, the benefit goes only to 2/3 of the total area. I wonder, even, you see, recently there is a report by Rajamanikam Committee, very famous, everybody has known that. He talks about the plantation sector and the ceiling limit problem. Once Achyut Menon and his ministry tried to capture this unoccupied, this encroachment land, but it was a complete failure. They had to withdraw from the effort. So even I'm not going very much into it, because this is a story that we all hear almost every day. So there is a limit to distribution of land. Then the Kerala development depends on other sectors like service or other manufacturing or anything. So there the contribution of the SC and ST are very, very small. Their participation is very low, because they don't have anything. Their the landholding status, 83% households remain in extreme land poor condition, and 54% have only 1 to 5 cents of land. What can they do with that land for production? Nothing. So therefore, the land reform objective is completely bypassed with these sections. Though they are for traditionally they are agricultural laborers depending on the land for their income and all, but they don't have any right over the land ownership. So what is left for the people? At the local level, there can be some initiatives, because they have the Urugutam or the Gram Sabha and all, where the representatives are there, and our political representatives also participate. It's very smoothly running, and everybody participate. But the participation of these people who are always at the mercy of the administration, they suffer. They whatever in my inquiry I have find only 20% of their demands are even taken care of. They don't normally participate because there is no they feel that there is no point participating in that discussions. Therefore, they fall back. So therefore, and also they have the SC promoters and all. They also remain quiet and they don't have much role. Of course, the local leaders have a good role, they play, but there is a limitation, because the resource available at their thing for these people is also very meager, because they form only very small percentage of the population and the number of households. So their situation is not forcefully represented in the meetings and all. So they remain always backward, and the lethargy of the officialdom, the bureaucracy. They find it very difficult to get anything done. Usually, they have to go to pillar and post. So this is the situation of these two sections, and we don't know how they can come up to the levels of others. That's a problem. So unless they have some other choice, some other way to get over and to be with others. It's not the caste that matter, it's the property relations that matter. The social differences have to a large extent come down. Nobody keeps everything, those days in their mind. But it's the facilities available to them, it's so meager. And the projects available for them is also quite low. So it is in this situation that these two categories are now struggling, and how long they will take and to catch up with others is something that has to be seen. Thank you very much.
I invite Dr. Abhilash to be a discussant.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Dr. Vijayanand, for the invitation. Close here. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Professor Shivanandan has elaborated on the issue which he has been studying since last 4 years about the vulnerabilities of scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and fisher folks. So this paper is a part of his 2 studies, which is on scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. So with the time limit as a discussion, I will be confined to my time. So I will be focusing upon the major argument which he made in the paper. So then based upon, I will make some reflection on that issues which he raised. So we all know that we are dearth of data regarding the marginalized sections in Kerala. In this case, such an efforts are always should be commended. So the major argument this paper he is raising is that the decentralized planning in Kerala is well received at the ground level. At the same time, it also needs a reality check or a further improvement, an urgent further improvement and arrangements when it comes to the case of scheduled tribe and scheduled caste. So what are those issues? Because normally we see discussions are always happening when SC/ST join together. Are we in a position to do it together? Is it right to do it together? And that is what the research Professor Shivanandan is taking care of, because he took the issues two different heterogeneous communities issues, he took it separately. So what are their issues? Because whenever the public discussion always happens, always there is an understanding that, okay, what really happened to SC/ST, because their issues are same. So here he is taking the examples of SC community first. He says that, and after conducting the field survey and ethnographic interviews, he is making the comment that though the system means the entire paraphernalia of decentralization, system is very much enthusiastic about the possibilities and the positive externalities of this decentralization and planning when it comes to SC community. But when it comes to these communities, the beneficiaries and their participation in Grama Sabha, the basic decision-making body in the decentralization process, is very moderate, and the cooperation is very average there. So that is a system. It's largely being, because if you see the geographical location of these communities, they are living in and around the mainland population. So it is largely being considered, or it being portrayed as, or that is somehow real also, as an issue of administration gone wrong, or political elite is capturing, and at the same time they are unable to garner the benefits which is distributed through the system. But that is a problem with them. But when it comes to the tribal world, the entire scenario is going to change. So he has been discussing about a population that has been living in and around the forest-clad hills and valleys of the Western Ghat from Kasaragod to Thiruvananthapuram. So they are discussing about that communities. That communities are far away from the mainland, and they have a separate cultural livelihood, at the same time economy, which has been elaborately studied by earlier research CDS alumni Professor M. Kunyaman. And so these are the community he is studying. And while doing that, around 21 communities have been, he has studied, around more than 2,000 households. So the issues were analyzed. Then the theory he developed is that 2 decades of decentralized planning could not seem to make much impact on the issues addressing their marginalization. And also critically looking into the state policies, especially state initiatives, successful initiatives, like AHADS, Attabadi area, Hill Area Development Society. And so the policy suggestions he is making in sense that a capacity building of LGSI or local self-government, at the same time encouraging the participation. So here comes, we are in a very, very dilemma situation where these are largely policies have been implementing through the existing mechanism again and again. And that mechanism has proved wrong, or its institution inabilities are always visible. So again, we are depending on such institution at the same time when lot of plenty of progressive legislations have been passed by the government or legislature over a period of time, which has been largely overlooked. I'm coming to the point of implementation of Panchayat Raj Act 4 specifically for the indigenous community or the tribal communities in India. Because we all know that what is the situation when Panchayat Raj Nagarpalika bill passed. So there have to be a separate rules and regulation for them. That's what the the enactment of PESA Act came. Unfortunately, there are some administrative reasons, and the rationale which was given by Kerala state is not implemented PESA Act in Kerala because of state do not have, that is what the state's argument, state do not have the kind of tribal population concentration like the North Indian states. So it's a high time to rethink on that particular issue, is that instead of looking into two communities issues separately, and that is what one of the major argument sir is making. I also have, I'm joining with that argument. So my time is up, so I'm stopping.
Thank you, Dr. Abhilash, but I just want to give you a study done by, I think, Achyuta Menon Center, came out with the conclusion that for health services, the tribes got more in terms of inputs, services than others, but outcomes were far less than others. So a lot of research is needed. Now I request Professor N.C. Narayanan for his talk on sanitation.
Thank you and good afternoon. In this submitted paper, I have given this decentralized governance within the national policy process, and I deal with a similar sector, marginalized sector of sanitation, very unglamorous, and and how does through this lens I look at urban governance. And urban governance, what is the agency of the municipality within the last 10 or 15 years of the national process in sanitation. But then yesterday, after listening to Professor Pranabardhan, I thought what I have to be a bit more reflective about why this, and why the philosophy of doing this, and especially interdisciplinarity, which I acquired from CDS. And so I think I have to start a bit biographical. Like 1990, I was an innocent geologist who was doing remote sensing in Kerala State Land Use Board. But there the interdisciplinarity was, I met agriculture scientists, soil scientists, forestry, in this very normative concern of sustainability. And then Dr. M.P. Parameswaran came there and told that, after following the literacy campaign, he wanted land literacy. And KSSP to be, KSSP to kind of take it forward with that network. Can we actually think about land literacy? Because what are the resources available at the local level? So when the constitutional amendments come in, we are ready for panchayats to kind of plan themselves. This was 1990, and nobody knew how to do it. Dr. Srikumar Chattopadhyay actually did something in Ullur Panchayat, and there was a model there. And then 3 weeks actually we spent in IRTC Palakkad, and with 70 KSSP activists and some of us in the Land Use Board and CES. And there I met two young faculty from CDS, Dr. Thomas Isaac and Dr. K.P. Kannan. And later and a PhD student, Dr. Harilal, and who actually, after 2 years, they encouraged me, the resource mapping program was actually having a problem with the change of government, so why don't you come with the data and do something here? And Dr. John Kurian was my supervisor, and he actually introduced me to environmental economics and later pushed me into more political ecology, where my spatiality was my thing that I was doing, how to bring in class and political economy into that. Dr. K. Nair actually gave me opportunity to work in KRP LLD, and within 1 year he pushed me out to do a PhD also, which was also good in a way. So this was a kind of search for, in a sense, interdisciplinarity. And so that's what, I'll be coming later into my presentation of, how this is much more important in every sector to look closely at, what can be done. And later I'll bring in this concept of transdisciplinarity also, of, why that's important. So the topic is, decentralized governance and the larger sanitation process. So the People's Campaign, we had early writings about, Isaac and Patrick Heller, René Biron, Harilal, which is actually a kind of, that with lot of optimism. And in 2014 you can see Harilal, then Babu Jacob and Suraj Jacob, who actually kind of look closely at the kind of bureaucratization as a problem also in that. So I'll be placing my, sanitation policy process within this debate and look closely at, municipalities and how it works. So the new policy process studies are, how do you frame the issue is more important than policy as a text. So you have to kind of closely look at the actors' interests and, and the structure and the political economy of policy making. So for that, you need to reflect the historical global understanding of technology, which actually shape the policy imagination still all over the world. Then are there challenges to this imagination in the global south and especially in the small towns in India, which is actually more than 6,000. And then our work on small towns, especially in Alleppey from 2017, again, thanks to Dr. Isaac, who actually brought me back after 20 years out of Kerala to kind of gave me the challenge that, that decentralized solid waste governance is happening in Alleppey. Can you extend it to, the liquid waste there also? So, sanitation problem is this. Most of our water bodies look like this. But should it be like that was the question that we asked. And what are the solutions? Solutions actually emerged in the 1850s when Thames was, dirty. And not only that, there was a major public health issue also with the spread of cholera. So this is a Punch magazine cartoon where, Faraday, the physicist, is actually giving a card to Father Thames, and Faraday actually did a lot of water quality studies also. That is very interdisciplinary then. And then this is the, during the time of the, the pandemic, this was the, this was the threat there. But it was very high cost. Actually connecting the technology at that time was, you had to connect this to sewerage systems, pumping stations, and finally a treatment plant, which was very kind of expensive. And the science at that time was of miasma, that is smell. Cholera is, kind of spread by smell was the understanding. Later, John Snow, the public health engineer, public health, scientist, linked it to the bacterial pollution. But still, this was not coming. And then in 1860s, Westminster was built. And then all lords were very, afraid about the miasma, that they will get cholera. So within 18 days, this project was sanctioned. And that was a kind of marvel. So this is not an opera house. This is the pumping stations of the first sewerage treatment plant in London. And this became the kind of global imagination, which actually then was first transplanted to colonies. So when it reached there, the concern was, of British citizens and soldiers of their health. So it was small enclaves within an ocean of, the non-hygienic, thing. And post-independence also, these enclosures actually, kind of developed, like South Delhi or, South Bombay. And so that's the question that we are asking, a techno-economic solution. And second one is, the 70% of the cost is building sewers. And are our towns ready for this? So this is the 1882 sewer, which you can actually take a tour also in Munich. We can say that, it's a 10 feet, kind of sewer pipes and also storm drainages, which actually the last one is a football stadium like tank where it all settles and then it goes to the river. So that's but for that, for this infrastructure to happen, you need over the land such big as roads also. So these are Munich and Berlin. This is Edinburgh, and so you can see that so the planned cities had at that time such kind of roads, and this is also planned by the British Alleppey. You can see that there's a very wide kind of a canal to kind of take away the spices through the port in an extractive economy. You can see the roads there. So it's very difficult, and then we can see that people who live in Trivandrum know. In 2014, there was KSUDP, Kerala State Urban Development Project. Now there's a smart city. It's an endless pursuit for sewer development. We had 100%, almost 100% coverage in 1934. It was one of the first, centralized sewer systems that we had. But still, after all these projects, we have only 40% coverage, with the kind of city also increasing. And Cochin has 5%, and Calicut has 1%. So where does all the water go, is the question. And because of that, we have 90%, E. coli bacterial presence in our wells, and we boil the water, so that's why we survive. So major problems are high energy requirement. 70% of the cost are for the connecting sewer infrastructure. And now National Green Tribunal has come out with a tyranny of standards of 3 BOD. Then the calculation is that we will need 250,000 crores to kind of build infrastructure in this in India. So can India afford that, is the question. So this is the Kerala scene that I told. Then we actually, from 2007 we started some studies. First as a co-guide in University of Peradeniya in a South Asian project. We actually look at one project, a JICA project, and found that it looks like a science fiction. It's very difficult to kind of, one, build it, second, to have it at any level of efficiency also. So then we came to Trivandrum, and this is the JNNURM and ADB loan. Those loan amounts are okay, but what is in bold is the contribution by the state government and the municipality. And then there's a lot of problems, like in the Sri Lankan study, we have looked at the dependency, the technology that's coming in, there's a lot of problems of this, these loans. But then we found that, actually there's a local contribution also, so what is it? The problem here is, this is the new governance structure then that will emerge. An SPV will get money. I can't go into the details of that, but on the right side, that PMU, PIU, TSU, Technical Support Unit is foreign companies that are coming in. At the end of the day, Kerala Water Authority, which has almost 4,000 engineers who have the capacity, they are no longer nowhere in the governance structure also. So one of the PhD students actually did a study on the deinstitutionalization of Water Authority in the pre-independence period, in the post-independence period, and post-90s. How this, when the foreign loans come in, how now it's more accounting than design that's happening. So that's the governance problem that's happening. So municipal corporation owns and has to operate. They don't have the capacity, but KWO continues to be the service provider. SPV coordinates the design and implementation, which had evaporated. That's what I predicted when Harilal actually, I need 5 more minutes. And when Hari actually called me in 2014 for a CDS seminar, I presented this. And then I told that, what will happen to the rights-bearing citizen if the SPV goes? And that's already happened. There's no trace of KSUDP. And fortunately, we have downloaded those website data. That's why we could actually, still kind of do analysis on that. This is the re-tendering of the treatment plant, which actually is, we have done this, and then the sewer construction challenges. And the most important thing is, there was a lot of consultancy that was done. First year it was 84%, 41%, 18%. None of the foreign consultants' designs, got accepted. At the end of the day, CES, a local consultancy with retired engineers of the Kerala Water Authority, who had all maps. That was the major thing. You need the maps of the city. So they actually designed it, and that's how, it could come in. So the major question is, we have global imagination, but does the context allow that? And then we actually talked how to fit in models. So alternatives are many, basically nature-based solutions, and these are small scale. It separates at the source itself, like solid waste management. So you need to, mix toilet water and grey water together. So you need only very less treatment then. And then it can be actually done at more watershed levels. So a town, so we developed a methodology with Isha Ray that Professor Bardhan was telling yesterday. He wrote a conversation between anthropologists and economists with her. But Isha and I actually developed this in the Alibag town, where we talked about waste watersheds, and then a method to kind of understand the volume and flow of water that is there. No takers. That's when Alapi was doing this, decentralized solid waste management. We had we developed this into a kind of more mobile app based also. My students were all engineers who could do that, and then we actually scaled it up to 330 students from all over India, and there was all data. And then we came up with this plan. Like, Alapi is actually kind of 9 zones. And then if public expenditure goes, where should it go? So we went to the municipal colony, which was the earlier scavengers colony. There a CSR came in, because even the finance minister could not get this nature-based solution sanctioned through the government system. I think our chair was also with us at that time, advising us. But with all that, then we decided that it should go to a CSR. And so that is what I have actually written in detail in the paper. In the first is the challenges of the centralized, and the second is the challenges of the decentralized, how to scale it up. And we could not even do one after 6 years. So I think, so we have an understanding of what are the problems in that. So my conclusions are that, one, can we actually rethink our policy imagination? I think that's the politics of policy imagination is the major problem here, which is actually in many sectors that are there. Raji was telling about agriculture. Wherever we go, I think, there's an epistemological issue of, what you understand as the problem. So I think that's the first one. Then there is the political economy of centralized approach, challenges to decentralized approach. Major problem is that, there are Amrit and JNNURM, which are actually UPA and, NDA, but have the same kind of, consultocracy that in the central government that decides the guidelines. They, implementation guidelines, they monitor, and it cannot work through our kind of a system. Especially for that, only this centralized imagination works for that. So our Swachh Bharat mission, our expenditure is only 20% because of that. And so the inability to state government institutions to vet technology and finance, this is also engineers don't know the other kinds of technologies. So my conclusion is that, what we need is an environmental engineering curriculum. Can it change? There's an epistemological change. That's what we are working on now with a network of environmental engineering colleges. Second, we need tacit knowledge for engineers. Otherwise, it's all bookish. So, we have a kind of small setup in Alleppey through which 80 environmental engineers are actually gone through in 1 year to 3 years to 4 years. They got other jobs, but that was a tacit knowledge and learning by doing. So we call it a finishing school. Third is the policy influence, which is the biggest problem. We have very, very sensitive, bureaucrats, but I don't know why. I think that is the kind of discussion that we want to kind of bring in. How do you bring it into the PWD, design manual? How do you capacitate officials? And how can we implement solutions? Because if these alternate technologies come in, this is within the kind of decentralized regime we can do it. Every municipality or even panchayats can do that. So can we actually think about that? With this 30 years experience in decentralization is my final question. Thank you.
Thank you. We are running slightly behind time. Request Professor Devika for discussion comments.
Okay. Yeah, I will not summarize the paper. I think it's been presented quite clearly. And I do not disagree with any of the findings. These are well substantiated by a number of studies, especially in the discipline of urban studies, and not just in Kerala, in many other parts of India as well. I'm just going to look at it from a historian's perspective, and just tell you what I learned from it, and maybe also touch a little bit on a concern that emerges in the written draft. In fact, in the presentation that did not come through very powerfully, but in the written draft, definitely that comes out quite powerfully. I'll speak of that a little bit more. So here I think that basically the paper is looking at two different processes, the intersections of these two different processes. So one is the arrival of governance as opposed to government in Kerala through decentralization in late 80s and 90s, of course. And secondly, the growing influence of multilateral institutions and flagship central government programs. These are the two processes that seem to intersect, and many of the case studies that the paper actually has is about how these two processes actually intersect in these programs. So here I think there are two things that I've learned from this. One, as a student of the history of governance, I think the paper talks about two kinds of erosion. I mean, erosion of what? Now in the 1990s, we know that democratic decentralization in Kerala brought forth a number of local bodies which were essentially constitution mandated centers of local democracy. I mean, the question is, yes, there was a massive neoliberal component to that imagination, no doubt, but it was also shaped equally by social democratic traditions in the country. So there was a kind of a mix in it. So this kind of a mixed origin, I think also allowed people to turn these institutions into little centers of democratic mobilization. And you must have heard of Plachimada and other examples, but there are much less known examples of that kind of mobilization, which is what I think would have really led to governance in practice. In the sense that people coming into the institution, taking ownership of it, making demands, etc., etc. But so I'm saying, what I learned from this paper is that this kind of process was stymied because of two kinds of erosion. One is the vertical kind of erosion, which Narayanan discusses at great length about, which came from pressure from multilateral institutions, the flagship central government programs, etc., which kind of shaped the policy implementation, influenced the funding as well as the technical support, etc. which very clear from the slides. The second kind of erosion, which he did not talk about a lot, but it is discussed in the written draft, is the what one could maybe call the horizontal kind of erosion, which is the changing shape of the local political society, which used to buttress the panchayat. So the changing nature of that political dynamics of that society, that the political society that actually bolstered the panchayat, has much to has had an influence in the sense of local governments not being able to really match up, ask serious questions, push back against the pressure from vertical the vertical erosion, what I call the vertical erosion, etc. So you at the and because of these two different kinds of erosion, a vertical erosion and horizontal erosion, what you find is that you don't have really governance. What you've had is actually government. Government in a very different way, only that the top levels of government are no longer nationalist, developmentalist. They are far more decided by multilateral institutions and other flagship programs, etc. So this is what I learned from this paper, and the effects of which have been discussed. And the second thing I learned from this paper, the second point I want to raise, which is his general concern, you did not hear him say that, but in the written draft it's very much there, is about the context of a dwindling collective community bonds, and trust in the state, which would have actually, been very useful in the implementation of these alternatives. Because the challenges to the alternatives, if you remember, are very make sense if you see that there is a vertical erosion and there is a horizontal erosion. What can possibly stop that? Only community-based interventions. But we are living in times when, unlike in the 1990s, capital is a very strong process, and that too, natural resource predatory capital is a presence in the panchayats. And the whole notion of community has been considerably, the collective community interest is changing in a very in dangerous directions even. So this is a substantial concern that strikes the reader, on which your analysis throws light on, even when you haven't not really explicitly discussed it. So to this, let me offer an instance of success from the 19th century. Surely a time when the traditional order of caste made any sense of collective notion of community difficult, if not outright impossible, and the modernizing state was not trusted at all. So even as royalty and elite communities where indeed elite birth was trusted. So this is the example of the smallpox vaccination success in the state. Remember, what they did was they went to the powerful. The compliance, this came from above. It was a colonial state that demanded that and of course it was useful because smallpox was a menace in any society. But the thrust against smallpox came from above, from the colonial government, and the design was also top down because it was designed by somebody else, not by people. Yet in practice, the program insisted on elite compliance. So it started with the elites having to subject themselves to vaccination first, and in fact it moved to the lower sections of people only after the elites fully complied. So unless we have something like that now in a context where community interests are no longer as transparent as they used to be once, unless elite compliance is secured for all these measures, I don't think we will succeed in producing general assent for all these things that we would want to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have much time for question and answers, but I think 2 questions we can take quickly, if there are. Okay, please.
I'll be brief, and I'm no expert on the field, but I just listening to you, I'll share a couple of ideas. First on Shivanand, basically it's looking forward. It's a very good analysis of what the issues are, but what I found lacking in both the presentations is a kind of a coherent, hope-giving way forward. Now, with respect to Shivanand, I may be wrong, what I understand from what you said is that there is a big difference between the tribal and the SC/ST. And the big difference is that in the case of the tribals, it is possible to have a collective thing because of the living circumstances. Whereas in the case of the SC, they are scattered. There is no way they can kind of combine easily on a community basis. So given these two differences, if we look at the problem of responding from below, we probably have to think about different types of reactions and strategies for getting ahead. But I am reminded of, and in fact this also I was reminded of, there's a paper by Appadurai, you may have read it, called The Capacity to Aspire. And basically what it means is that unless you can create conditions under which the people who are deprived have some mechanisms for developing a response, it will be difficult to do. So I think both in this context as well as the context of the sanitation, when you're talking about the community response, but how will they do it, you see? How do you create within them this thing? Now, with respect to the paper on sanitation, what is very clear is it's not possible to escape from what is the big scale operation. But so it's difficult to influence it. But surely at the local level, there may still be many opportunities in which you could shape it. If there is a specific issue that is coming up, and what was not clear from your presentation was, what is the specific problem that is emerging at the local level? So again, my issue is, in your case, for example, in the municipal governance and other things, what mechanism can you think of to enable the capacity to aspire?
I think one more question and then they can answer.
Regarding Professor Shivanandan's paper about uplands, marginalized life in the uplands, that was the topic. So here, in fact, there are big planters like Tata, Harrison Malayalam, then the Iyer Group, that is, Travancore Rubber Producing Company Limited, and then Malayalam Manorama Group, and these kind of groups are there, POPs, and so these kind of groups are there who are completely outside the regulatory ambit of the state. And there were land struggles which were there in Mutanga, Chengara, and now we are seeing a wane of that. So in order to keep hope alive, so can you say something about the possibility of reclaiming land on these big plantations which are holding illegal land, for example Tata's land, the documents, all the 3 documents are forged and fraudulent according to Sushila Bhatt, the former government pleader, and similarly with Harrison Malayalam also. Okay, that is one, and the other one I have with, if the chair allows me, then I can ask one question to N.C. Narayanan. That is, see, your study is more, there are 2 ways of doing this kind of a study. One is managerial, which you have done, and the other one is political. So if you have taken a kind of political kind of approach, this is actually, sanitation work is actually a stigmatized sector. It is a stigmatized sector, and if you look at the history of that, then it is actually the scheduled castes who are mostly involved in this sector. And there were studies by some people about Delhi slums where Dalits and Muslims were involved in this kind of sanitation work. And so how do you include these people in the kind of managerial perspective which you are coming up with? under the decentralized scheme, decentralization scheme. So can you say something about that? Yeah.
Well, I appreciate Professor Chiranjeev Sen's remark about the response of the marginalized towards decentralization and the changing administrative setup. Well, I agree with you, but the choice before them, that has to be thought of. Because what is the choice before them? What are the mechanisms by which they can come out with alternative suggestions? Because the world around them are, I don't think, any conducive to their interests. Given the democratic situation, it is the majority which rule, but the minority always go behind. And being a completely minute minority, even 10% or even less of the population, no hold in any of the assets or any other empowerment like method. Where do they go? What can they do? The democratic system do not allow them. Even if they come out to the street and fight, what is it? It is the majority who they are not considered. So therefore, there is a limitation. Unless they themselves become empowered through the various, I would say that the only way by which they can become empowered, they themselves have to become empowered. Making use of the available sources, that is, education is one thing, higher education level is, it is the IT, AI, scenario. So they have to get into that. What is available with the government? There is a reservation, there is plan allocation, all those facilities are there. They have to make use of its maximum advantage, and they have to come up. Nothing more will come up, help them in thing. Therefore, and similarly, the situation among the tribals are much more worse actually, because they are scattered. There is no voice for them, and that's a situation. So therefore, their solution for their underdevelopment lies with them only. No political party will come, because they are not a note bank. They don't have anything else for their thing. Therefore, they are totally away from the mainstream development process. Therefore, that is the situation. And recently, of course, each community is trying to get organized, and there is an initiative by the government also to get them organized. I appreciate all those. There is that there are 2 or 3 platforms where they come together and try to organize, and government supports also. But that's not enough. They need a big support, big backing by the majority system, and they can come out. That's all what I can say. Then the plantation question. Well, as I started by saying that 1/3 of the total state land is out of ceiling limit. That has been, even now, the foreign planters are owning it in various ways, by dubious ways, or they have their own methods of keeping the property within themselves. So to what extent the government will take away this land and give to the people, not only these people, all the marginalized, all the people who need land for survival. Will the government do it? I doubt very much, because the political power they have, everything is different. Even the left government, I am not so very sure, because they have their own limitations. To what extent the government can take away the Tatas and Birlas land which they hold? To what extent? Because there are other interests, internal interests, capital interests in the state, which stands in the way. And there is a democratic process. There is a democratic process also. So there are very high, very big limitations for any reform in that sector. Therefore, there are limitations. That's all.
Yeah, I know that we have time constraints. Some more sessions to be completed after this. But two quick questions. First is to Sivanand sir. That's a slightly controversial issue, but I would like to get your response, not a final answer. See, you explained some of the problems of local development plans as far as tribals are concerned. It is true that some of the tribal problems like supply of electricity, drinking water, housing, many such primary kind of development problems were addressed by the local governments in the initial phase. But as you rightly told, they don't appear to be successful when it comes to second generation problems or more advanced kind of development problems. Here is my question. That's the context. Now, we have been devolving a significant proportion of our resources, TSP resources, to the local governments. And there was a justification for this till now. But will there be a thinking that a sizable proportion or higher proportion of resources will have to be now retained at the higher level so that some of the secondary problems can be taken up where scale is very, very important. Now TSP money is getting scattered into small programs across panchayats. Now, it's a controversial issue because there are many sides to this, but I would like to know your take on this. Then second question to Professor Narayanan. I remember his predictive kind of statements in our seminar earlier, and I'm sorry that many of these things have come true. But I would like to get your comment on similar externally aided programs implemented in Kerala and in other places. Personally, I feel that many of these the externally aided programs are having the same kind of problems. That's our experience in Kerala, which is true of other places also. What do you feel about programs in other places? And I fully agree with Professor Chiranjeev on the scale problem, because we know that collective intervention were successful at the local level in a large number of areas. The latest example is palliative care. In palliative care, we are having a major movement in Kerala, very successful, commended very widely by people, but in sanitation, in certain areas we have success. But where it involves scale, in spite of Sri Vijayan's intervention and Dr. Isaac supporting you, you couldn't go beyond a point. That is true. In fact, in sanitation, there are other examples of failures. So is scale a problem? Because in such areas, like sewage treatment and all, local communities cannot easily address some of these issues. Scale is, so Chiranjeev has made it.
Just one comment to NC. I think you did not sufficiently underline the contribution of your experiment in Alleppey. See, solid waste management is straight, simple. But the moment you come to liquid waste management, because of interconnectedness and so on, requires a lot of technical planning. Now, in fact, except for well cleaning programs, Kerala and over, we have successfully undertaken decentralized water treatment program. Now it can be done only by bringing technical support to the local level action. So not through consultants from outside, but the students who are studying or completed the studies, they were brought in an organized manner and paid fantastic result. Not only to the outcome of that experiment, but also continuing program today. So I think that is the most significant element of your contribution.
Well, Arilal's question about the resource allocation. Well, I do agree with you because the ST, that in terms of population, they are only about 1.2% of 1.125% of solely. But in terms of allocation, the state government allocates about 2 point something. It's double the population percentage is allocated. Even then, in a tribal concentrated area, if they want something very tangible to be built up, the amount of resource available with the local government will be very, very small. So if the local government allocates according to the availability of the fund among the various stakeholders, it will be very small, even to construct a small thing for the thing. So therefore, it was earlier, I thought the department wanted big projects, more money in the project so that they can have a tangible outcome. So that I think, because even a small project will cost crores. And if the local government is setting apart a small amount out of this money available, it will not reach anywhere. It will not benefit them also. So it is high time to go back to the earlier situation of the government spending large amount for such larger projects like sanitation or whatever it is, or roads or built, which will definitely for a long period it will benefit them tangibly. That has to be taken. But for small amount available for development, it will not help them at all. So one has to go back to the earlier situation, or the department taking care of the responsibility of building up tangible, development projects. That's my take on this. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll start with first. Thanks, Devika. I agree with all the comments, so I'm not kind of responding to that. And Dr. Gilbert, the first comment that it could have been political. I think it's a hugely political study. Up to 2014, we were actually looking at the politics of policy making, political economy, marginalization, sanitation divide. Then we thought that, that kind of a social science critique alone won't work. So that's why from 2017, we tried this transdisciplinarity. Transdisciplinarity is actually going to the context and, trying to work with the stakeholders and trying to find solutions. So that's a much more difficult thing than a critique alone. So I disagree that this is managerial. Your second comment about actually all these studies have come out of an ecosystem. Like 4 PhD students, 5 MTech students have actually worked in the last 8-10 years. So one of them is actually doing this on manual scavenging. In Alleppey, the history and the kind of, I don't have much kind of skills in that, so I have 2 sociologists in the committee, and so they are actually looking at that. Then Hari's comment about the similar project is JICA, the drinking water project, which actually that one PhD student has actually worked at that. The history, the pre-colonial, the post-independence, and post-90. He has actually looked at Kerala Water Authority as the state, and to look at this so-called neoliberalism to kind of, to pin it down into an institutional thing. So Kerala Water Authority as state, and how has state changed. And actually Kerala has, developed this methodology of consultocracy by bringing in this local PhD engineers into that. One NGO has actually mobilized it. And they have actually developed a methodology, and they have successfully done it in elsewhere also now, in Andhra Pradesh, in Orissa. So I think that's Kerala's contribution in a way to consultocracy in drinking water. And the last, so the last comments are actually, Dr. Isaac has partly replied to Professor Chiranjeev Sen's, this hopelessness. Die-hard optimists. We are all die-hard optimists. So we are staying there for 7 years. There are my students have actually started a non-profit there. 2 of them are kind of, into that. They have now 22 staff from different projects that are coming in. Still, we call it a living lab of Alleppey. And they are actually working with the Shujitva mission, and all this. So they actually wrote the solid-based manual, last solid-based manuals for that. Liquid waste is much more difficult, but we have worked with GIZ and, kind of looked at the wastewater manual we are preparing, because this community action will not work. What we need is a real policy process, and, that kind of an activity alone will work. To scale it up in any way. Otherwise, we can have small NGO-like demonstrations, So if you really want to scale up, you have to actually work with policy. And I think that's the work that's been happening. Thank you.
Thanks to the panelists and the discussants. Sorry for cutting it short, but we are late by 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 announcements to make. Firstly, dinner will be served today as well and will be available till 9:30 p.m. And secondly, on behalf of CDS Women's Group, we invite you to informal tea gathering for young women scholars at CDS to interact with scholars who are present here to discuss about navigating academic spaces as women. Please join us at the John Robinson Hall immediately after the last panel discussion on Kerala's development experience. While I say this, I also miss Leela ma'am's presence here. I repeat, dinner will be served till 9:30 p.m. at time. Thank you.
We now begin the first of 2 sessions on macroeconomy, money and public finance. This session will be chaired by Dr. Ram Manohar Reddy, editor of the Indian Forum and former editor of Economic and Political Weekly. We are honored to have Professor Pinaki Chakravarti, visiting distinguished professor and former director of NIPFP and vice chairman of the Institute of Development Study, Jaipur. He has also served as chairman of the Kerala Public Expenditure Review Committee 2017-19, economic advisor to the 14th Finance Commission of India and former faculty member at the Center for Development Study. Professor Chakravarti will speak on fiscal transfer, public expenditure inequality and regional development, a review of the post-planning commission era. The discussion for this paper is Dr. G.V. Nandanil, Director of the Division of Reports and Knowledge Dissemination in the Department of Economic and Political Research, Reserve Bank of India. Following this, Mr. R. Mohan, former Commissioner of Income Tax and visiting faculty at CDS, will present on Indian fiscal federalism addressing widening imbalances. The discussion for this paper is Professor Hrusikesh Malik, Professor at the Center for Development Study. We welcome all our resource persons. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We're the last of 2.5 day interesting conference. Last afternoon, we have 2 more sessions after this. So let's try and keep to time. I'll be very, very brief in my introductory comments. The topic of the session is macroeconomy, money and public finance, with the focus, I would think, on aspects of fiscal federalism. Now, I don't need to say that federalism is under threat as never before, constitutionally, politically, and financially. So what we will be discussing, the 2 paper presenters, Pinaki Chakrabarti and R. Mohan, are aspects of financial federalism. Pinaki, I just request speakers, discussants, and those who ask questions to try and keep to time, because we don't want the last 2 sessions to go on until 7 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, distinguished participants on and off the dais. I am delighted to be here, and I consider, and I'm grateful to CDS for inviting me to this birth centenary celebration of Professor Raj, and it's a great honor and a rare privilege for me. And as a former student of CDS, I am also delighted. I'm very happy to be back on campus. So what I'll do here, I have changed the title a bit. I have because I was working, and then I thought more appropriate title of the paper would be Fiscal Transfer, Public Expenditure Inequality and Public Investment Management, and a review of post-planning commission era. So what I'll do, I'll talk about what has happened to the process of planning. This is a work in progress. So a lot of things that I'll speak today is tentative, and I'll raise certain issues. I don't have a PPT, but I have a written draft, so, and I'll just summarize the major findings of what I think is at this moment happening in India as far as planning is concerned, fiscal transfers are concerned, and also the way development is financed at the state level in India. Now, when we talk about planning, and if we look at planning as a global phenomena, I think there is a global disorder, and in that context, we are talking about growth and planning, so it's very complex. So in that context, if we look at planning, and I was trying to read literature around it, and one thing that comes very clear, I think this is also partly because of the UN development agenda. We are only talking about SDGs, and if we talk about SDGs, and the most interesting part of SDG is the homogeneity in target, and I'm not here to criticize SDGs, but the homogeneity in target without properly understanding or recognizing the challenges that country-specific challenges in terms of resources and the institutional arrangement. So that's a broad overarching goal of achieving SDGs at some point in time by 2030. But I think given that we are having 2 wars happening right now, COVID pandemic, and the way countries are realigning their economic interest, I think we are actually in a very uncertain economic environment, and in that context, talking about planning and what is going to happen to plan and development is also very uncertain. So what I'll try to do in Indian context, I'll narrate stories that is evolving since last 10 years, and that has got to do with the abolition of Planning Commission and the establishment of Niti Aayog and SDGs also. Now, what does the SDG dashboard that publishes the SDG index at the state level says? It says that India is home, and I'm quoting, India is home to 1/6 of the planet's humanity, which makes the country a key player in ensuring the prosperity and sustainability of the planet and its people. It further mentioned that SDG goals cannot be achieved by launching individual schemes, and it requires multi-pronged strategy and a convergent approach. That's the quote. Secondly, it says, due to the constitutional division of function and federal structure, the Niti Aayog is also trying to localize the SDG agenda at the state and local level and creating a spirit of competition among the states. So it's about competition among the states. That's what Niti Aayog is facilitating. Niti Aayog is also trying to facilitate a convergent approach to development by consolidation of schemes, and Niti Aayog is also doing a coordination work. So that's the whole idea of Niti Aayog SDG agenda. Now, though these goals are very important to have, there is a need to have a dispassionate understanding of the impact of the abolition of Planning Commission and discontinuation of 5-year plan on development finance at the state level. So if we now look at the rising regional disparity in India, and if we compare it, say, in the 1970s and 80s, of course, we are poorer then, we probably richer now in terms of per capita income, but if we look at the latest data that is available from CSO, and there are 7 states: Haryana, Gujarat, Karnataka, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala, and Maharashtra, that contribute more than 50% of India's GDP. So 7 states contributing to more than 50% of GDP. And the combined share of export from these 7 states, trade, exports of goods, I'm not talking about services, is 71%. So the states, the export data and per capita income data show that economically prosperous states are more integrated globally. And studies have also shown, and there are a lot of work on convergence, and shows that the reason for unconditional convergence not happening in India is largely economic, though there have been repeated references to the issue that the governance differences across state is one of the major reasons. But I really do not see very rigorous studies on this, which actually say the governance differences across states is a major reason that's why unconditional convergence is not happening. I think the primary issue is resources. Now, if we look at secondly, another issue is about FDI. If we look at recent data on FDI, top 5 states, these are Maharashtra, Karnataka, Gujarat, Delhi, and Tamil Nadu, received more than 50% of India's FDI inflows. So we are talking about a highly unequal investment flow, which is outside the government. And then we are seeing a heavy concentration of income in 6-7 states. And then we are talking about a development finance of 1/6 of the humanity, most of whom do not live in these states, live somewhere else in the poorer regions of the country. So we are starting with a very high imbalance in the overall system. So and in this context, if we look at the budgetary flow of resources, though it has high element of progressivity, some of the poorer states actually witnessed a sharp decline in the share of devolution in the last 4 finance commissions. That means for almost 20 years. And if we look at the access to market resources by the government, that means how much money a government in terms of its borrowing power can access resources from the market through the state development loan. And 7 high income states I mentioned actually have, if we look at the total fiscal deficit of these states, that constitutes 45% of the all state fiscal deficit. Now, if we look at, so total market borrowing, if we look at for the year 22-23 was 6.65 lakh crore, and the combined fiscal deficit of the 6 high income states was 3.21 lakh crore. Now, if we look at the bottom 6 per capita income states, that is Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, and Uttar Pradesh, the market borrowing in that year was 1.75 lakh crores, constituting 26% of the all-state fiscal deficit. So the access to resources is also, as far as public resources are concerned, private resources certainly is very unequal. Public resources, both non-debt creating as well as debt creating are significantly in favor of the richer states. And if this is the kind of inequality we see in investment, how it is going to impact development, how it is going to impact footloose migration, how it is going to impact inequality, which is already at a very high level, we really do not have much understanding yet. Now, let me come to the state budget. Now, if we look at the state budgets, and if we look at per capita revenue expenditure, which is for maintenance, social sector expenditure, and then we look at capital expenditure inequality, the maximum per capita expenditure is of Telangana, which is something like 24,000 rupees in revenue expenditure, and if we look at the per capita expenditure of the lowest per capita expenditure in the country is UP, and UP's UP's per capita expenditure in revenue account is 8,000 rupees. So there is the max to min ratio is 3. Now, if we look at capital expenditure, which is for investment, infrastructure, etc., and that maximum to minimum ratio is 5.1. So we have a very high inequality in revenue expenditure, and on the capital side, the expenditure inequality is even higher. So if the capital expenditure inequality is that high, and if we say that we do not really require planning for investment to flow for balanced regional development, and then actually we are having a policy vacuum when it comes to overall inequality. Okay, I'll be done in 5 minutes. So there is an urgent need to look at how resources should flow. And now I'll talk about the developments that has happened. And these developments are related to post the abolition of Planning Commission. Now, after the abolition of Planning Commission, I think there is a bit of a confusion there. I think one was the abolition of plan and non-plan distinction from the budget, which was a very small exercise in the sense of eliminating an accounting classification and making it not bifurcated between a plan and non-plan expenditure. Other was abolition of Planning Commission. I think these are two disconnected events. Abolition has nothing to do with planning or abolition of Planning Commission. So when the plan and non-plan distinction was abolished, it was thought that it would improve public financial management, it would reduce more focus on new development scheme, it will allocate more money for maintenance and upkeep of assets, but that hasn't happened. The central government abolished the Planning Commission, but at the same time, states also have abolished their planning boards. Now, nowhere in that report, which actually talked about abolition of plan and non-plan distinction, says that you abolish your planning board. So most of the states now have a Niti Aayog kind of an institution, except Kerala, which has a planning board. So this is actually an unintended outcome of the abolition of plan and non-plan distinction. And I would like to also mention that 42% increase in devolution that we talk about, which was supposed to give more fiscal autonomy to the states, was also to strengthen planning, because it would give more untied resources and should in turn result in more development expenditure, local level planning, depending on special needs and differences. But in the process, what has happened is it has become actually states followed what the center did. So except Kerala. So that I think is an unintended development. So now when we have a situation where there is a large-scale development disparity, and that disparity is increasing given the data that I had mentioned, if we are really talking about the development, now regional development will have to be a departmental responsibility, I think it's really not going to work. There has to be an institutional setup which actually result in investment flow to the poorer regions of the country. And when I say poorer region, it's not only states, I'm also talking about districts. Now, if we talk about districts, I think there is the paper has all these details. Since I don't have time, I'll not go into this. Now I'll just mention about two things. Why do I argue that there should be more capital investment? Why should there be more flow of capital investment to the poorer regions? And I had compared plan allocation during the first and the 12th five-year plan, the last five-year plan. Now, if we look at, yes, I'll complete. Yeah. So if we talk about the first five-year plan, total allocation for social services was 250 crore in the first five-year plan, when the total plan size was 1,400 crore. So constituting around 17% of the total social service expenditure. And today, if we look at 12th plan, 70% of the plan expenditure actually was on social sector. It's education, health, development. So plan itself also has become revenue expenditure driven. So if we see today a large deficit in public infrastructure in terms of public goods, I'm not saying that education and health is not important. What I'm saying is that both plan as well as finance commission transfers have become an instrument to finance only revenue expenditure. So the planned capital expenditure actually in the entire process in the last 70 years have become a residual expenditure. So if this residual character of plan expenditure will have to be, capital expenditure will have to be changed, I think that needs to be changed through a new institutional mechanism. We cannot have a council which is advisory in nature. So in that context, I argue in this paper that there should be some way that some resources that should be provided to the states for reducing the disparity in capital expenditure. And my argument in this paper is that instead of making planning, let's not say planning, if public investment management, if we consider public investment management as the key issue where we have to discuss about this large investment disparity in capital expenditure across states for balanced regional development, Niti Aayog should play a role, and it should have the power to transfer money for capital spending to the states depending on their needs and flexibility, not for revenue expenditure. And that revenue expenditure responsibility fully should be financed by finance commission transfer, and what that requirement is a matter of assessment that the finance commission would do. So if we are really because finance commission does not look into capital expenditure, so there is no institutional mechanism, there is no way that we can actually address these huge differences in planned capital expenditure by just saying that it can be done through the FRBM limit, because FRBM puts an upper limit and we don't have a plan of, we don't have an institutional mechanism to finance capital investment, so it has become individual departmental responsibilities. So if planning become individual departmental responsibility and without the backing of resources, I think that's a serious policy problem, and that needs to be addressed. Finally, intrastate inequality is a state subject, and there are just 1 minute. Yeah, I'll just finish. So Article 371 says that, and 12 states have this. I'm just reading out the name of the states. Maharashtra, Gujarat, Nagaland, Assam, Manipur, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Sikkim, Mizoram, and Arunachal Pradesh, and Goa, and Karnataka. These states can use Article 371 provision to make resources, and if we look at the money allocated under Article 371 in the backward region of these states, in absolute volume, the volume in this money hasn't increased. That means in real term it has declined. So intrastate inequality is also not a concern at the state level. So when we have a vacuum like this, I think there needs to be a push for planned capital investment. I have something more to say, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pinaki. Just one point, can still show that without a PPT, you can make a very powerful and focused presentation. Thank you. I now request Nathaniel to discuss. 5 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity and a great paper by Professor Pinaki, and it's good to be back to Alma Mater. And before starting, the views expressed here are my personal, does not belong to the Reserve Bank of India, which is customary to say. Basically, I really enjoyed reading the paper, which has brought in quite a lot of dimensions about how the institutional change over the last 2 decades, how the inequalities have evolved along with the changes in access to resources. So the key messages from the paper is that there has been an increase in regional inequality, and there has also been a large variation in access to resources for states. So you have an institutional problem, and you have an outcome that has come out as another problem. Now, he identifies two factors. Private investment tend to go into those states where it is more attractive. That leads to skewed allocation from the private sector, and the criteria for allocation from the public sector is not efficient enough to push capital to those areas where it should go. So that's the broad conduit of the paper, and the suggestion is that the existing mechanisms needs to be relooked at. Very well accepted, and I think most of the arguments that are made in the paper are to be taken very seriously for policymakers to going forward. My comments would be basically, as Professor Pinaki said, that it's a work in progress. I would try to add some of the dimensions, I think, which would require a further work, perhaps would enrich the overall approach of the paper. One, there's this major finding that the paper says is that the variation in per capita capital expenditure across states is more than the variation in revenue expenditure. Now, when we take at one point of time, that tells you the expenditure, but if you can accumulate that value over time, then you would actually see the per capita public capital available in an economy, at a sub-regional level. And that has a huge impact on the level of well-being. So at one snapshot, public expenditure in 1 year could give you a lot of ideas, but much more insights can come if you can look at the longer period of time. Another issue which, because you said that the private capital also is largely at variance in terms of its movements to states, one of the things could be that's very interesting would be to look at whether private capital responds to public capital. So then you would have this vicious problem where public capital, per capita public expenditure is high in some states. Because of that, private capital tends to get allocated into those states, and therefore they continue to get both type of capital, and then, the classic crowd-in sort of behavior perpetuates regional inequality. Can we have, clean identification of that through the empirics? That's something which I would really look forward. Another thing which is kind of a paradox is that why is it that the capital moves to higher already allocated capital states? Because traditionally your standard understanding would tell that the marginal productivity of capital should be higher in those regions where capital is already very low. So in that sense, are there other impediments that's making capital less productive in regions which do not have capital, and therefore the marginal productivity of capital is not significantly high? So this would be something which would be another policy question that can be asked in this context. Let me just move forward and talk a little bit about, the other thing that he's talked about in the paper is about intra-regional inequality. And he's also saying that it's a state subject, that intra-regional inequality is a state subject. One of the things that I was very intrigued is that there have been studies about the impact of growth, impact of state size on growth, and people have said that lower state size could create higher growth, or there is an optimal state size. So is there a scope for studying what is the optimal state size for minimizing inequality? Because since he brought this issue of state size, either in terms of geography or in terms of the resources that are allocated, is there something that can be thought of? So overall, these are my thoughts. I'm not an expert in subnational fiscal, but reading the paper,
on a topic which is still a work in progress, a little dangerous topic. Fiscal federalism itself is a word which is hard to define. So We may say casually fiscal federalism, but when you ask a public finance theoretician, he or she will distinguish between federal finance and fiscal federalism. When rules of assignment of taxes and expenditure responsibilities are well written into the constitution, we call it a federal finance setup. And when these are ad hoc measures, we call it fiscal federalism. In the India's constitutional framework, I would like to say it is a combination of both. There are imbalances. Imbalances are there in every country which has adopted federalism or somewhat a federal type of a government. Germany has, Canada has, Australia, US, but US does not have a mechanism like our finance commission because more so taxing powers are themselves transferred to the states. But cross-country comparisons for imbalance study, according to me, has not been extremely useful. They are very insightful, but for arriving at solutions, they have not been extremely useful because the historical context of evolution of a federation or a union of states is vastly different. What has been done in Philadelphia Convention in 1789 and in our Constituent Assembly of 1946-49 was totally different. India was built into a nation during the abnormal partition conditions, the violence, etc., where a highly centralized setup with concentration of revenue powers, some kind of expenditure decentralization, and a mechanism to ameliorate the imbalances, vertical and horizontal, were built into the Constitution. By and large, the 1935 Act was bodily lifted and put here. Dr. Ambedkar famously stated that even if you plagiarize in the Constitution, what is wrong about it? There is nothing wrong about it. Now, coming to how the degree of our fiscal federalism or federal finance, as one may choose to call it. Finance commissions are, it's now the season to talk about finance commissions. Finance commissions are one of the most federal features in a constitution which has predominant or prominent unitary features. But there is also the flip side of the coin. Union and the state are two parties in which the finance commission with quasi-judicial powers come and arbitrate. Quasi-judicial, I don't know whether I can use the word. Finance commission is basically an arbitrator and gives an award, but one of the parties can choose to implement the award or not. It's only a recommendation to one of the parties. But union has also got an abnormal power, which I don't know how many the scholarly studies have brought it into discussion. In a situation when an emergency is in force under Article 352, the union can suspend the fiscal distribution arrangements with the states itself. Now we are saying that there is discrimination, there are problems, but the union has got the plenipotentiary power to suspend the entire fiscal distribution powers during an emergency. But the power is only to suspend the provisions of Article 269 to 279. Still, even if an emergency is prevalent for 3-4 years, union is bound to constitute the finance commission. To that extent, the imbalance stands corrected. Now coming to the core issue. What are the imbalances which we have to talk about? They are vertical and horizontal. Vertical fiscal imbalance, as we talk casually, is the imbalance in the revenue rising and expenditure obligations between the union and the states. But it is a very casually discussed term, but it is a hard to define term in scholarly papers. If you see Bird and Tarasov, if you see Lusnia and Edirado, there are plenty of papers around. JSH Hunter's seminal paper, Nirvikar Singh and Rao, Pinaki Chakravarti himself has done a working paper in NIPAP, he has done other works also. Vertical fiscal imbalance is very hard to define. When you define vertical fiscal imbalance in many ways, the results can also be different. They can be same also. In the last memorandum which Kerala submitted to the 15th Finance Commission, vertical fiscal imbalance was defined in a particular way. The union's gross tax revenue was taken. The state's own tax revenue and Article 275 grants, the revenue deficit grants or the untied grants were added and seen what was the proportion of the latter to the former. And to make it one, we said that the Kerala government pleaded that devolution should be 49 or 50%. Dr. Isaac was presenting the case before the Finance Commission. Now, after being part of that committee, I was thinking for about a year. Now I feel that there are some gaps in the argument also. Vertical fiscal imbalance is something which is theoretically defined as how much own revenue of a unit of government, say a subnational government, can finance its own expenditure. That is ratio of the own revenue to the own expenditure of a state. How much of it is financed? 1 minus that is the vertical fiscal imbalance. The gap own revenue expenditure is not able to finance the own revenue expenditure is the vertical fiscal imbalance. And vertical fiscal imbalance has been defined in a standard manner in this area. There are, of course, very vastly differing definitions also. When I tried to estimate this, there are a number of empirical issues which I confronted while doing this. I have written it in the paper. I am not placing because of the paucity of time here. It is found that the present 41% covered almost 88% of the vertical fiscal imbalance, leaving 12% to be covered when tax distribution is concerned. So if the tax distribution is enhanced to 48.05 or 49%, or as 50 as many states are demanding, a 48.05% will almost equalize the vertical fiscal equity imbalances. Now, question can come whether center is giving centrally sponsored schemes assistance, Article 275 grants, etc., etc. But the first best is assignment of taxing power to the unit which spends, as per economic theory. The second best is untied tax transfers which are predictable, based on sharing of buoyancy between union and the states. The third best is untied grants. It is the fourth best, or the worst is the tied grants, which can encroach into the constitutional powers of the states also. So I plead that there is a strong case for enhancing tax devolution and restrict the envelope so that union's finances are also not adversely affected. You restructure the tied grants, and if necessary the untied grants also, but enhance the tax devolution so that states and the union, as the Gandhian concept goes, are concentric circles with larger and smaller jurisdictions and not tiers of a pyramid where there is a hierarchy. Both are elected by the people. Why there should be a hierarchy? Why there should be a paternal approach towards curing vertical fiscal imbalance? Unless conditions are put, states will not behave well. Some people argue like that. But states governments are also elected by the people. They have also feet to throw out the government. As they can throw the union government, they can throw the state government also. They can throw the local government also. So neither union nor the states need be paternalistic. I leave the argument at that. So vertical fiscal imbalance in the Indian context, present Indian context, can be addressed by and large if the tax devolution is 48 to 49%, going by the present figures, and grants can be restructured. We are not saying that union's finance should be dried up, but states should get more untied funds in their hands. Now come to the most ticklish, difficult, and the most uncharitable comment I can make here is the horizontal fiscal imbalance and how to balance it. Kerala, Karnataka, Telangana, Tamil Nadu and Punjab held a conclave in Thiruvananthapuram recently. If UP, Bihar, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and some other states hold a conclave, I don't know, they can have the totally opposite scenario. As Professor Pinaki Chakravarti has eminently stated, the inequities across the state and within the state is not relevant to my point here. Across the state have been so high. The per capita income differences have been widening. There cannot be any agreement between any group of states as to how horizontal fiscal imbalances are to be addressed. Bihar, UP will argue that the current population should be used. They will argue that per capita income distance should be given a weightage. Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Telangana will argue that a dated population should be taken because we have taken fiscal efforts for this achieving demographic indicators. So how to do the act of delicate balancing is a big question before the Finance Commission. This is the question that the Finance Commission should address if it has to have credibility. Finance Commission has to address this issue. If the Finance Commission is more bothered about what will be the fate of the union finance if 41% is there, why can't we reduce it, then the credibility of the institution suffers. So preserve, protect and defend the credibility of the institution whose major recommendation has not been rejected so far in the last 75 years Finance Commission has to devise a mix of grants and a fair tax devolution formula to address the cries of the rich and the shrill cries of the poorer states. It's a very difficult question. The income distance is still having the largest weightage in the tax distribution formula. Of course, to be fair, it has come down from 62.5 in the 11th Finance Commission to 45 at present. So now, whether income distance is the correct proxy for tax effort of a state, we are talking about the governance efficiency and other things. I am no way competent to talk about that because I don't have any data. But looking at the own tax GSDP ratio across states, I found this converging. Across the world, it is not converging, but across states in India, this is converging. That is, poorer states have mobilized a higher own tax as a proportion of their GSDP, while saying that per capita GSDP should be given a lesser weight. They will have a stronger case, but they will shy away from stating that because then they will have to state that their tax effort is converging with the poorer states and something is left to be decided at the governance end or whatever. Now, a caveat to that is after GST has come, a tax effort of a state is not its own making. IGST of a state, the integrated goods and services tax for a state, comes from other states' effort. That is, if Kerala is Tamil Nadu or Kerala is a consumer state, much of the IGST revenue comes from other states to the destination states. How best that state, Maharashtra or Haryana, I am just stating examples, no harm meant, has the best tax mechanism or somewhat a mediocre tax mechanism matters a lot for other states. So tax effort is now a shared responsibility. So Finance Commission also cannot measure tax effort as a criterion for tax devolution. This is my argument before this August audience. Now, to summarize my paper, more untied funds and leaving the states to act freely in their jurisdiction, the less paternalistic the better. The argument needs to be extended in the case vis-a-vis the local governments also. It is not this far and nothing further. Those who ask for more freedom should give more freedom also. Number two is horizontal fiscal imbalances. The formula is a very difficult one. Each one will have a maximalist agenda and a minimalist agenda, and Finance Commission has got a hard task. But fiscal federalism in India can be strengthened only if an institution like Finance Commission gets prominence and conditional and discretionary grants are given a secondary place. Else, as he has stated, there will be more and more discrepancies and imbalances, and you cannot create more mechanisms to have more imbalances, and imbalances have to be ameliorated. Thanks for a patient listen.
Thank you, Dr. R. Mohan, for again another excellent presentation, which in some ways complements the issues Pinaki raised and other ways takes it further. I now request Dr. Hrishikesh Malik to be discussing.
Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you, Chair. Yes. I have enjoyed really reading the paper by Mr. R. Mohan. And he has offered a lot of important suggestions, important policy recommendations on the topic. He has almost touched upon almost all aspects of the fiscal federal issues relating to fiscal federalism. At the background, he has discussed how political federalism, he distinguishes political federalism from fiscal federalism, how political federalism has resulted in that is, imbalances, fiscal imbalances between the center and states and across the states, that is horizontal fiscal imbalances. And also, he has, as I said, he has recommended a lot of policy suggestions in relation to in the context. On some points I agree with his suggestions, and on some points I also differ from him. But moreover, it's as I said, I appreciate his points, his arguments in the paper. So while actually at the background, he is making the distinction between political federalism and fiscal federalism, how political federalism, it's especially talks about asymmetry in the distribution of power, political power between the center and states. Okay, it's about assignment of taxing power as well as expenditure power. That results in actually greater fiscal, that is vertical fiscal imbalances between the center and states. So given that actually, so since he relates to actually political context with the fiscal aspects of the states, so here actually one question actually he goes also beyond this point, saying that actually also it's like it relates to something like center state political alignments, something aligned political relationship, and also something single majority rule at the center. And if the political equation is same across actually state and center, so those issues also he have touched upon. So I have a suggestion on this, whether actually one can relate actually the political factors, how that can actually result in fiscal imbalances across the different states, because of actually the imbalances in the equations. When at the center some political party is ruling, okay, but it is different from the political party at the state level. But that kind of equation, whether it has any consequences on the fiscal imbalance position between across the states. That's one point actually. I'm not actually it's not a suggestion him actually to pursue, but I'm saying, reflecting my thought that there can be actually some issues like this can be dealt with. Another point actually it relates to, he talks about, I agree on the point, okay, sorry. So I agree on the point that actually the more resources should be shared, more resources of the center should be shared actually with the state governments in order to bridge actually the fiscal, that is vertical fiscal imbalances. It can be actually now, suppose it is from 41.5 or 42%, it should be raised up to 49%. I totally agree, but then he says that actually in the paper he talks about that the fiscal devolution, okay, the sharing of resources should be made much more progressive. But then actually when the states they suffer in terms of tax losses, the richer states especially when they lose in terms of actually taxpayers, so that can be offset with the more flow of grants from the center, okay. But then actually I have problem in that suggestion, because when tax can be actually an entitlement for the states, okay. Once you actually lose, once you sacrifice your claim, then actually only actually you expect through grants, then grants is not an entitlement, okay, because there is a lot of discretionary actually political discretion actually can be there. So as a result, that can actually lead to actually fiscal imbalances between across the state governments. So there I have a problem. So while taxing actually claiming from the actually more taxpayers, that can be it's a state's entitlement. But when it comes to grants, you do not have actually entitlement. It's left to the somebody's mercy. It's the mercy of the center, okay. So therefore another suggestion, yes, just last point. That's it's something he talks about, that whether there can be actually whether center can actually sacrifice in terms of its GST collections to the actually states. So as a result actually states will have greater independent power in collection of tax revenues, and they do not have to actually rely more on actually research flows from the center, okay. So that is actually, yes, it will create more resource space, or fiscal space for the states, okay. But whether center will agree actually, that is actually matter of dispute, okay. So that is an important matter. And having said that, also another point, sorry, yes, but this is having also implication, okay, because the states, they will be their revenue will be when center sacrifices the GST revenues, and it will be given, the states will be assigned to collect the revenues from all revenues through GST. Then states will be actually have more independent power to collect, okay, revenues. But then at the same time, so the states collections of revenues will be doubled up. But even if that is total resource share, okay, it's fixed by the finance commission. If it remains the same, then actually it doesn't matter actually how actually, whether actually state, they have got independent power in actually, you know, collections of revenues, if there is a ceiling like 42 or 80%. Because if you center calculates, if he incorporates this CGST tax collections into its, you know, and sets the ceiling upper limit of resource transfer flows, then actually there will be a problem. Sorry, okay, thank you, I stopped. Okay, I stopped here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, presenters and discussants, for keeping to the time. I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions. I have only one request. Please make your, keep your questions focused and short. Yes, we have one member of the former Finance Commission and one former Finance Minister, so I'm sure there'll be questions. Okay, I think the member of the 14th Finance Commission can start. But Chairman, it applies to you also. Please be brief.
My comment is actually on Pinaki's paper, but may have some relevance to the other observations also. You know, implicit in everything we've been discussing is that development outcomes, whether economic or social, are driven or strongly affected by fiscal performance, you know, across states, this, that, and the other. I was really shocked. I also started recently working on a paper on that assumption, and I discovered that actually there is no relationship between a state's fiscal performance and its development outcomes, whether you know, per capita income, life expectancy, or what have you. The takeaway for me is that the scale of state's effort in terms of spending is so small compared to other resource flows, meaning capital, labor, what have you, that it completely drowns that the effect. And I don't know what to make of this. This is a, by the way, working paper, just NIPP working, just come out with Manish and me. Have a look at it. I would like to know from you also what should be the takeaway from this. But it is a very shocking result that after all these efforts the states make, I mean the governments of the states, the outcome in terms of development is really marginal.
Pinaki, a point of debate with you. Your argument is that the regional inequality is widening. I will also add, despite greater allocation from the divisible pool to the backward states. Therefore, the solution that you find is there must be assigned higher borrowing. That means their FRBM ceiling would be relaxed. But I find it untenable for the following reasons. One, they can't absorb that kind of say borrowing. Evidence is they didn't use 3% of the permissible borrowing. Two, even of the borrowed money, the proportion kept in the treasury and deposited in the central government security is relatively higher for the backward states. In fact, the whole COVID time, the highest. Third, even if they manage to spend it on capital expenditure, the multiplier impact within the region would be extremely limited, just flow out. Therefore, the correct policy prescription, I would say, would be that the revenue deficit ceiling should be liberalized so that they spend more on education, healthcare, and so on, which are non-tradable, and break out of the vicious circle of underdevelopment. While on the hand, for a state like Kerala, be more stringent regarding the revenue deficit, but should relax the borrowing ceiling so that revenue for the infrastructure deficit is overcome. A state like Gujarat and Maharashtra, something of the sort like Tamil Nadu, more balanced, and now they'll have to concentrate on social sectors. You know, what I'm trying to say is, every region has its distinct strategy of development and trajectories. The policy, either of Finance Commission, central government, no Nidhi Aayog, will have to address these differences, this diversity in India. That's very, very important. Therefore, the solution of giving more capital revenues to the backward states may not work out.
Yeah, this is a comment and a question to the Pinaki, and then a question to R. Mohan. Yeah,
sir, this is to Mohan, sir.
Yeah, this Pinaki's paper is very important, particularly in the context that when you look at the countries' convergence, countries are converging even though their borders are closed. But in India, the states are diverging. And one reason for this divergence is that from 1990 onwards, we left the things to the market, and with the abolition of the planning commission, that is the interstate allocation of resources also now moving to the market. So we have done some work on Indian context, and one of my students also examined this issue in the state divergence. What is happening here is that states which are rich and they are already rich, they have better services in terms of better policing, better road infrastructure, all these things. So private investment is moving to those places which are already better. And so that is, richer states are becoming richer. So this is a market-driven divergence. So if we want to reverse it, I think we need government intervention. So this requires institutions like Planning Commission to allocate resources. Otherwise, we cannot have the state disparity will increase. And this is the major reason is that now it is easy to move resources from one state to another state, but it is not easy to move resources from one country to another country. So this is this kind of cumulative process is working among Indian states, and the divergence is happening among in the manufacturing and services. Agriculture, that is not happening. This is also related to the center-state financial devolution. I think some part needs to be given to the poor states for accumulating capital and improving their services. So only then they will be able to attract even private capital. So now coming to the R. Mohan's, I have a question. Yeah, I have only one question. When we do the horizontal fiscal imbalance, but we are not observing that ideal expenditure. What the expenditure is, we are observing is the actual expenditure. So how do we handle this issue?
This is to Mohan, sir. Sir, this is regarding integrated GST. Since Kerala being a consumer state, major share of commodities come from other developed states like Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, because our state is space constrained to process agriculture or industry. My question is whether that state's tax structure is inconveniencing to having a lesser share of IGST, integrated GST. What about the tax structure prevailing there? Is there a political bias in getting a integrated GST?
Last 3 days now we had presentations on most of the major segments of the economy, and in most of these presentations this idea of state playing a more important role is emphasized. The state should now come forward and play a more important role. That message was coming from many presentations. Now in today's this particular session, interesting papers, both the papers were very interesting, but one particular aspect is missing. Here we are discussing about distribution of resources between center and the state and across states. What about the total size of the cake? What about the size, combined size of the state? Because GST is revenue is not revenue neutral, and it's complained that total resources available from the GST kitty is coming down, or it's not increasing as expected, which is true of total resources of the government. As a result, in India, revenue to GDP and expenditure to GDP ratio is coming down, or it's stagnating, whereas in most countries, particularly OECD countries, it's increasing very fast. So what about the total size of revenue and expenditure? Because that's very important if you are expecting the state to intervene in different sectors effectively.
Yeah, I will be brief, definitely. See, what you call, one important issue is not being looked into in the whole discussion. The issue is this planning commission, this finance commission is operative for many decades now, but then the resources are given to the underdeveloped states with the argument that things will improve in course of time, but nothing of that sort is happening. In fact, it is very important to look into the social milieu within which the things do not develop as the planners initially expected to develop. So till that time it happens, all these things has created only a political division that we are giving more, we are not getting less, that type of bickering within the states. Ultimately, every state should find an efficient way to come out with the efficient outcome. That is very important.
Thank you. Is there anybody at the back, a backbencher, student, research scholar who would like to ask a question? Okay, maybe after the speakers respond. Shall we reverse the order? Mohan, would you like to respond? Yeah? Yeah, please. I'm sorry, 3 minutes.
For very insightful questions. One is from Parameswaran. Fiscal imbalance, looking at actual expenditure over a period of time and what ought to have been the optimal expenditure. Now, as Dr. Isaac has pointed out here, states are not spending adequately and treasury surplus is coming. So I do not have a case that at the general states level, you can have instances here and there, one or two, there is an overspending or a splurge. I think the intervention or spending has been inadequate and intervention levels have been inadequate. Of course, when you talk of vertical imbalances, how to resolve vertical imbalances, that is the ratio of own revenue, how much it covers the own revenue expenditure, you can have 4 or 3 arguments. One, there should be more taxing powers. If it is not possible, there should be a higher devolution of unconditional devolution, higher devolution of conditional devolution, conditional grants, or 4, cutting the expenditure. I mean, all these are possible according to the need and your political ideological beliefs of the rulers. But I do not agree that there is a real case for cutting back the general state's expenditure. This is a view which I have seen from the data. Now coming to integrated GST, which he has been asking, I am not an expert on the field, but from whatever I have gathered, let me say that Kerala is a consumer state. Kerala should have benefited much more from IGST. There can be 3 reasons. One is GST has not been revenue neutral. There has been a rate fall of 5.5%. Mineral water, ice cream, etc., which used to be taxed at 14.5% at VAT, now you get only 9%. There are a number of commodities like that. Number 2 is there is no political bias in the whole thing. Tax structure of Maharashtra, Kerala, everything is now same. There are problems with administration. Now, the evasion in my backyard is not bringing the waste to my backyard. It's the NIMBY syndrome in tax that is happening. Evasion of a registered dealer in X state is affecting the tax revenue of the Y state. So the initiative comes down. To give a typical example, when 10th Finance Commission recommended a constitutional amendment for putting all taxes into the divisible pool, previously only personal income tax was in the divisible pool and central excise also with the legislation of the parliament. The complaint of the states used to be that center is focusing more on corporation tax because since 85% of the income tax is coming to the states, they are not bothered about income tax evasion. So XY states are not bothered much about GST evasion because the Y revenue state is lost. And if their interstate trade is not much and they can collect within the state, they can concentrate on a few pockets and do that. Now, the distribution of the resources and size of the state, I do agree with Professor Harilal that 11% or 11.5% is no way an optimal tax GDP ratio for India. How far it should go up is again a political question, an administrative efficiencies question. But the point is, one has to note that India's tax structure India's tax regime has undergone considerable restructuring in the last 40 years. The ratio of indirect tax to the direct tax was 80 to 20. Now it is 49, 51, 50, 50, etc. Personal income tax has surpassed corporation tax. So within 11%, there has been some changes. But for these changes, with these customs duties cut back and GST rate fall, we would have slid from 11 to 7 or 8. So we have been running to stand where we have been. Now, the run has to start for a better thing. Over to Pinaki.
Thank you. Thank you, Ram. I'll start with Nathaniel's questions. Thanks for those observations, Nathaniel. The first point about longer time series data on revenue and capital expenditure would give us some insight. I actually did not have the time to do that, but there is this Kale Memorial Lecture by Professor Amarish Bakshi given in 2008. Actually, that has this data on capital and revenue expenditure during the first plan up to, I think, early 90s. And there also you see the revenue expenditure disparity is less compared to the capital expenditure. So this is happening since the beginning after independence. But certainly it is very important to look at, and I'll work on this. Why? I actually have not talked about, when you talk about marginal productivity of capital, and that's why I have avoided the term called conditional convergence, and I was just talking about unconditional convergence. I think that's an important point, but I don't want to talk about conditional convergence when we are talking about purely a policy paper, because when the per capita income of Bihar is 70,000 rupees and Goa's is 6 lakhs, actually we are talking about a huge inequality. So I think it's important to mention, but I think that those initial conditions will have to be controlled and looked at whether the conditional convergence has happened or not. But I think it has happened in the subset, not the entire country. So that's the second point. Third point on the issue of should we break up states because there are intra-regional inequality? I think that's a very complex issue and a very interesting question. And I actually haven't presented, but made some reference to, these aspirational districts. So there are these 135 aspirational districts, and we consider them as homogeneous. Actually, they are not homogeneous because there are major differences between the most prosperous aspirational districts and the least prosperous aspirational districts. And so if we really are talking about intra-regional inequality, I think just bifurcating state is not going to solve the problem. That's my hunch. I haven't worked on it. So that's the initial comment that I have on your paper, on your observation. On the question of Professor Mandal's on the outcome of states, yes, outcome is a major issue. And I read that paper of yours and Manish's. A couple of issues becomes very important. I think when you look at, if we take out the interest payment and other committed liabilities, the kind of investment poorer states make for public investment in social sector and other development expenditure which has direct bearing in outcome and it is multidimensional, also very difficult to measure. I think investment disparity still remains a major concern. That's what I was trying to say. On the issue that Isaac you raised, I wanted to comment. Actually, what I was proposing was the following. I said, in the absence of planning commission, and finance commission constitutionally is asked to give money for revenue expenditure. So there is nothing that finance commission does except for capital expenditure. So capital expenditure has become the responsibility of individual schemes at the state level as well as the union level, except in Kerala where there is a planning board or a capital investment plan for the country for the next 5 years. We do not have it. So in such a context, if we say that this, now I will go and ask the finance commission for more money, actually I'm not going to get it for capital expenditure, whether it is a rich state or a poor state. So in that context, we need an alternative mechanism to finance capital expenditure. And what should that be? I think it should be a combination of higher borrowing and also higher grants. So the center should give capital expenditure grants. Because finance commission can always give revenue expenditure grants because that is the constitutional mandate. But for the capital expenditure, there should be a capital grant mechanism from the center so that this investment disparity is taken care of. So that's the point I was trying to say. On the question of fiscal performance, I would also say that some of the poorest states are the best performing states in terms of their fiscal performance. If you look at Bihar, if you look at Jharkhand, if you look at Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, they have fantastic fiscal deficit number below 3%, debt ratio less than 20%, less than 30%. But if you look at the private investment, the public expenditure, it is very low. So what performance are we talking about? I think we really do not have clarity. So yes, I think a lot of work needs to be done. But I think there is a serious issue of capital expenditure deficiency and its residual nature will have to be addressed through an new institutional mechanism which existing form of Niti Aayog cannot do. On the question of market-based divergence, Parameshwaran, that very important point, I thought, yes, market-based divergence, how do you rebalance it? So if you have to rebalance it, you have to ensure that the money flows for investment into these poorer regions. And as I said in the beginning, if we look at the first 5-year plan and the 12th 5-year, by the time we came to 12th 5-year plan, capital expenditure has become a residual because there is a lot of focus on revenue expenditure. I'm not saying that's wrong, but in the process we actually forgot to make public investment in the poorer regions. That's the point I was trying to make. Combined size of center and states, I think the combined size has come down, unfortunately, after the FRBM. So India's total public expenditure in the early 90s was around 28-29% of GDP. Today it is around 24% of GDP. Actually, size hasn't increased, size has declined. So that's a big concern and it has to be reversed. Last point that I wanted to say, which I couldn't say, and I'll take this opportunity to say that, though Niti Aayog said that there should be convergence of scheme, in 2014 when Planning Commission was abolished, there were 28 centrally sponsored schemes. Today there are 34. And at the state level also, number of centrally sponsored state level schemes have increased. So it's a divergence of scheme happening without having any investment in capital. So that's the big story that I thought I would present in this paper. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Pinaki, thank you, Dr. Mohan, and thank you to discussants for, I think, a very interesting session. We must stop now. I'm sure there will be a lot of discussions that can be had over tea, if there is tea. So the session is now closed, and thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you for the very informative session, sir. So small announcement, there will be no tea break. Tea will be served back. So you can help yourself. And meanwhile, we will continue our next session. So may I invite Professor G. Omkar Nath, Professor D. Narayana, Professor D. Tripathi Rao, Professor Pankaj Kumar, Dr. Gugul Mitra Thakur, sir. Professor D. Tripathi Rao, Professor of Economics in the Business Environment area at IIM Lucknow. Following this, Dr. Pankaj Kumar, Director of the Monetary and Liquidity Analysis Division at the Monetary Policy Department, Reserve Bank of India, will present on monetary policy, communication and effectiveness, some evidence from India. The discussion for this paper is Dr. Gugul Mitra Thakur, Assistant Professor at the Center for Development Study. We welcome all our resource persons. Now the floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
Friends, welcome to the penultimate session of the conference. We have a distinguished panel. All of them are, including myself, an integral part of the extended CDS family. Professor Pankaj Mishra is from RBI, but he was also supervised by Dr. Veeramani at IGIDR. So all of us belong to the extended family of CDS. And this session also in many ways a continuation of the previous session. If anything, Professor Narayana's paper is going to link the financial system to the real economy in some sense. And whereas Dr. Mishra's paper will go into the monetary policy, as it were. So without wasting much time, let us start the session because there is a legacy delay dragging us. Let me call upon Professor D. Narayana, my long-time valued colleague and a highly talented economist who worked on a variety of problems, and including his recent textbook on computational statistics and so on, which must be of interest to you. But before I give it to Professor Narayana, let me remind the current generation of students of CDS a certain teaching resources which K and Raj gave us all. I recall three. Number one, if you look at the prestigious Palgrave Dictionary on Money and Finance, 1992, Raj has an entry, a short one but a very instructive entry on what he titled as India Financial and Monetary System. I think it's a first reading that every student of Indian economy must do. Secondly, he also had this report. He also chaired this committee on savings, famous committee on savings and capital formation, 1982, published, and which goes into the methodology of computation of savings and capital, which are of very direct interest to the classroom. Finally, I think it was Raj who actually started a pedagogic device of something which is not followed anywhere that I know of, any other center of economics, is you teach the flow of funds system as an accounting mechanism for the financial system, analogous to the national account system for the real economy. Let me call upon Professor Narayana.
Very good afternoon. Thank you, Professor Onkar. And I'm grateful to the director and the organizing committee for inviting me to this presentation. As you all know, the last 9 to 10 years, we have been witnessing fairly low GVA growth. And it has gone along with low capital formation. Both public and private capital formation has been remaining low. And one of the explanations of low private capital formation is crowding out. Does it apply to the current situation? I argue that it does. Of course, the crowding out literature is very vast and also inconclusive. But one of the major gaps in the literature is the effect of the mode of financing government spending. There isn't much literature on that.
In fact, I am quoting one of the recent works where they say if the pool of loanable funds is limited, and the public and the private sector has to compete for that, and then if the public garners more of it, less is left for the private. Now, I think, and then it leads to low private investment. Now, a similar sort of an argument is actually, you will see in the 12th Finance Commission report. That is, if the net financial savings of the household sector is about 10% and current account deficit is about 1.5%, and if 6% of that goes as, to the government, that is both center and the states, 3% of the GDP, each to the center and the state governments, then you have about 5.5% of the GDP left for the private sector. That is a sort of an argument put forward by the 12th Finance Commission. And that is a justification for that 3% GDP as the fiscal deficit and the revenue deficit that we hear. Now, remember, at that point, the net financial savings of the households was around 10%. Now, what has happened is that has come down to 5%. Now, that is the context in which one is looking at this issue of the low, capital formation. But before I take up the capital formation issue, I want to spend a few minutes on the growth rates. Generally, especially I have been seeing the last few quarters, when the GDP growth rate moves above 8%, everybody jumps up and says, oh, it's 8%. But often what they miss out is the trick that is being played, because the GDP is GVA plus net taxes minus, net taxes, net product taxes. And there can be quite a bit of twist in that. And you can see that in this table. Just look at that. I have computed the, average GVA growth rate and GDP growth rate. In fact, it's very evident in the last 2 quarters. The GVA growth rate is something like 7%, GDP growth rate is 1.1%. That's because product taxes, you suddenly see the growth rate of 20%. So that's why I just want to take that out. Now you have a similar sort of a thing for a longer period. It's quite interesting. Often one doesn't point this out. That's why I thought I'll spend a few minutes on this. Now look at this. The GVA growth, 92, 93 to 99, to 2000, 6.46%. The GDP growth, 6.39%. Both those 8-year periods, the GDP growth is lower than the GVA growth. But look at the next two. The GVA growth is lower than the GDP growth. And in fact, it's much sharp. So that's why if you look at the trend, you get a slightly different trend depending upon what you look at. So I just want to take that government's doing out of that thing and focus much more on the GVA growth rate. Of course, COVID, I'll come to that in a minute. Look at this. And this shows the seriousness of what has happened to the growth rates in India. Look at the GVA growth rate. Now the GDP is out of our way, so I am focusing on the GVA growth rate. If you take the GVA growth rate of 16, 17 to 23, 24, it is 5.39%. In fact, about 1 percentage point lower than the previous 8-year period. And note one thing. Look at the agriculture growth rate. The last 8 years, we had one of the best agriculture growth rates, 4.55%. Now, if you take that GVA minus agriculture, look at what happens to the growth rates. 7.22 comes down to 5.55. It's a very sharp drop. And why? This is also something where, which was discussed by, in the morning, Professor Nagaraj, so I don't want to spend too much time. Manufacturing. look at the growth rate. In fact, I was recently, I teach Indian economics to the BSc economics students in the university, and I was looking at manufacturing growth rate from 51 to 65. In fact, the average was something like 7%. And you look at the growth rate, manufacturing growth rate the last 8 years, 4.82%. Don't blame it on COVID, because the COVID year, it was positive. 19-20, it was negative. 20 to 23, manufacturing growth was negative, not during the COVID year. So don't blame it on COVID. So there is something very serious problem with manufacturing. This is, of course, the theme that was talked about by Nagaraj in the morning, and I thought this adds to that. So if you put all these things together, what you find is that, so you take out the government, that means don't bother about GDP thing, focus on GVA, and take out the grace of God, that agriculture growth thing, 4.55. If you had only about 2.75%, your growth rate would have been not even 5.39, it would have been just 5%. And I don't think we had that sort of a low growth rate in about 30 years. And looks, one often doesn't put it this way, and one doesn't understand the gravity of it. That's why I thought I will do a bit of, very simple sort of a thing, but I'll just put it that way. So, manufacturing. That's what I have actually, if you take the 35 years till 2015-16, your manufacturing is growing at 6.80%. But the last 8 years, it is only 4.82%. So there is a very serious problem. That is what, of course, Professor Nagaraj was mentioning in the morning. And what has gone wrong? Of course, he looked at industrial sectors. I'm going to look at the institutional sectors. And I'm going to argue that there is a very serious problem with capital accumulation. What has happened to capital formation? This is what you will find, gross capital formation. From about 12-13 onwards, it has been coming down very sharply from about 16-17. Of course, then you can blame it on COVID, and then, there is a dip. But even after the so-called recovery, we are nowhere near, our 13, 14 or 12, 13 sort of a level. We are continuing to have this low sort of a growth rate, capital formation. Now, when we talk about capital formation, both public and private, now look at the numbers. The public sector in 2008-9, you had something like 9% was the capital formation. It comes down by about 13-14, it has already come down by 2 percentage points. Then it comes down further and continues around that all these years. So public sector, though we often hear during the budget, all those numbers, 1, 1, 1, 1, all that tamasha. But somehow, when you look at as a percentage of GDP, you don't see that, it has come down from about that 9% of GDP. It continues to be below 7, and it doesn't seem to be going up. Private sector, we had something like 28, 29% of GDP. That was the capital formation. Already by about 13, 14, it had fallen by 4 percentage points. Then another 2 percentage points in 16, 17, and it continues. So from 29, it is down to about 23, 22. That's a 7 percentage point decline. And that's huge. So that's why that 7 plus that 2, almost 9 percentage point drop compared to the high points of that till about 2008-9. That is the capital formation picture. Yeah. Now, when you take private corporate, investment, private sector investment, you have both household sector and private corporate sector. Now both show a decline. Private corporate sector in particular, what you see is that the decline, a sharp decline of 2 percentage points in 16-17, and then it doesn't seem to be going up. That's the picture that you get. Now, why? You know, that is where the crowding out. Look at the net financial savings. Now, that is the third column. Look at that. It's coming down, except for that 2021. You know, it's around 7% of, you know, GDP. And the last year, you know, it's about 5%. And then the last three columns, you have the fiscal deficit. That's the central government, state government, and combined. Just look at the, and look at, you know, 12th, recall the 12th Finance Commission's 3 plus 3 plus, you know, 5.5, 11.5, that is 10% household financial savings and 1.5 CAD. Now you look at where is, no, you just don't have the household savings. But look at the fiscal deficit. We keep on saying that, you know, we are very close to that 3%, but your ground realities have completely changed. And you don't seem to tune your fiscal deficit to that at all. You act as if you are oblivious to that. That's the sort of a picture. Look at the fiscal deficit and look at what you have in the, you know, household savings. There's practically no household savings for anything almost. Of course, I have also given the current account deficit for the completion's sake. Now, look at the gross financial savings. What has happened? Now this, forget about the lower two, that is basically currency and shares and debentures. There is often this argument that when we say bank deposits are not available, oh, that's going to shares and debentures. No, that's not true, because that's a lower sort of a thing. You know, it has been about 10% of the total gross financial savings goes for shares and debentures. That's nothing new. In fact, there are some fluctuations, but it's not that suddenly they have started going up. No, even in the 90s, they were around that. But the most important change that you would find is that you see that top, that is the bank deposits, the share of the bank deposits in the gross financial savings. Suddenly, from about 60%, now it is below 40%. 16, 17, it falls, and it doesn't go back to that level. That is the major change that has come about in the recent past. And call it whatever you like, but that's a very, very major change that has happened. Banks simply don't have deposits. That's what the picture that comes. But where do they, even the limited savings, where do they go? They go here. This is, you know, the top one is the total of life funds, pension funds, that is life insurance funds, provident and pension funds, and claims against government. I'm not going to get into the details, but the combined is what you see on the top. Now there is something very interesting over there. This is the period before 2004-05. Look at the shape of that, and look at the shape of that now. Very, very similar. This is very similar to the period before 2004-05. We are almost like that now. The last, you know, 8, 9 years, that's what's happening. That's a claims, you know, very, you know what happened in 2004-05. You see, that's the time when you had the FRBM. Because this was going up and up, FRBM came. Then, of course, you had the, you know, capital formation going up, growth picking up. Now we are almost in that sort of a situation. But at a much lower net financial savings, household savings. And, this is basically what it shows is, both life funds and pension funds, where is it invested? The bulk of it is actually invested in government securities. In fact, I'll give you the exact tables. You see, life funds, about 60% of that is compulsorily going to central and state government securities in 2014. Now, it is 65%, a 5% increase. Pension and annuity funds, that used to be about 50%, but now it is almost 80%. So it is basically, first, the savings are increasingly going to life funds and pension funds, and the bulk of it is actually financing your government deficits. That is the picture. So what is left for the others to invest? There is practically nothing, because banks, you have a 20% drop in bank deposits. I think, so, basically the 12th Finance Commission arithmetic, I think it has no relevance, but then we continue to, talk about that 3% sort of a thing, but there are no household financial savings left. Now, combined deficit has continued to be more than 7%, and CAD has not improved, 1.5%. Public investment has fallen, private investment has fallen, private corporate sector investment has fallen, so growth has suffered. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Narayana, for that very provocative presentation. May I now call upon Professor Tripati Rao to discuss his paper.
Thank you, Professor Veeramani, Professor Beena, and CDS for the kind invite. Indeed, it's a great privilege to share the dais with my esteemed teachers. Professor Omkarnath, I happens to be his first MPhil student, so he had a very instrumental role in shaping my formative research days. And Professor D. Narayana, we were all with the simplicity with which he used to teach such a complex subject, macroeconomics. Now, our saying that the privileges do not come with responsibilities, so I have an impossible task of reviewing the paper as a discussion of the teacher who taught me macroeconomics, with your permission, sir. So I think the paper is just like the way he teaches, written with amazing lucidity, simple, clear, and crisp in its style and presentation, and without trivializing, it just talks about very clearly through the descriptive macroeconomic analysis, looking at the series of interrelated macroeconomic relationships, both real and financial side. It points out that squarely points out the fiscal crowding out of private investment, if I understand correctly, looking at the declined household savings, more specifically net financial savings, and whether slowdown or stagnation in gross capital formation, and its relation to, or in tandem, the slowdown in growth. But however, having said that, I think most of us won't agree with the trends and understanding that the household net financial savings have reduced sharply, and so also gross capital formation and GVA. But I think what I would do, like what Professor Nagaraj look into industrial slowdown, and that was more now at a macro picture, Professor Narayan's macro slowdown, and Professor Pulak in his review has looked into more micro granular data. So I will also probably incidentally, although we didn't collaborate, but I look into some of the Prowess database across a set of panel data across sectors to understand three set of observations. One, what is happening to household savings, and is there a nuanced understanding the entire range of within. It's not just look at net financial saving. Within that, whether there is a substitution effect, diversification effect, or should we look into households from purely as a net savers now, since the household savings seems to be, as recent commentators argue, is undergoing a structural change. So are households now the prime lenders, prime net lender? So in that context, if you look at it, households total saving, the net financial savings has gone down a bit, but it has moved to fiscal savings. In fiscal savings, residential real estate constitute 2/3, and machinery equipment, which is including self-entrepreneurs, and the gold and ornaments and bullions. So you can see that these, for example, real estate, gold and assets, physical assets have gone to 34.8 lakh crores. So one would ask that whether the transition, especially post-COVID time, is it due to macroeconomic uncertainty that households becomes a little more risk-averse, and rather than saving, and we also understand financial disintermediation, not from 2012, it's for a long time is happening. So there is a direct finance activity, household to financial market. So that's where probably net capital formation is happening somewhere. We might be methodologically, we have to relook at it, calculating net financial savings, or we are probably not able to capture net capital formation that is happening through fiscal assets. In fact, looked into loans and advances has gone up. Shares and debentures, I computer from the same RBI statistics, I think it's not really small. They have increased to from minus 0.6% in 11-12, it has increased to 8%, 9% to the total financial savings in 2018-19. So that's so household savings has seen a structural change, and I looked at the evidences whether household borrowings has increased because of household disposable income, and which showed a sharp spike recently. So, but that doesn't look that bad. If that is going in financial, in creating physical assets, net capital formation happening through borrowings because of other avenues of lending and borrowings to households. Household investment responds positively to the expansionary fiscal policy, which is aggregate demand effect. I'll talk about little quickly on when I talk about private investment. And there is no evidence of financial or real crowding out in household financing, whether Prabhakar and Sahu, or and another beautiful paper in EPW, Ishan, Anand, and Azad looked into that issue. So now coming back to what are the drivers of private investment, we just did a small paper incidentally. Does profit matter for private investment in India? With looking into huge panel of data across 2002 to now 2018-19, but after seeing your paper, I again computed from 19 to 23. So quickly to the sum of the story, what we see is there are a combination of factors, cyclical, structural, and financial balance sheet issues. 2002 to 8, it was comfortable. The sales growth were high, profit margins were high, interest rates were declining. So therefore, debt equity ratio was low, and the gross capital formation is picked up. From 2009 to 13, post GFC, the profit margin came back, but it was nowhere near to the previous period. And then the seeds of twin deficit in terms of balances started. But that's 2009-13, much before 11-12. That aggravated in 2014-18, but to point emphasize, it's a more about aggregate demand slowdown, sales growth dipped, and interest rate expenses increased, debt leverage increased. So therefore, firms, rather than paying off the debt or investing in new investment, actually went into borrowing, but also faced the liquidity constraint. So you have a combination multitude factors apart from just interest rates or fiscal borrowings. And, so therefore there were fresh freeze on borrowings in 2014 to 18. 2019 to 23, I did a quick look at the data in last 1 week, whatever time I got, but profit after tax have improved not to the previous level. Working capital has recovered little more comfortable compared to 2014 to 18, but policy shock still has played a role. But therefore, if you net out post-COVID 2019-20, and if you say it's a B-safe recovery 2020-21 also, it doesn't look that, there seems to be some revival in households' financial savings and all that. One last point on public investment, we did a pooled mean group auto-distributive lag models in looking at what determines investment. We looked at profit rates, that's a return on asset, domestic demand growth, which represents aggregate demand, cyclical growth, slowdown, exports growth, gross value added. But to our surprise, we didn't find substantial short-run, long-run gross value added, gross capital formation as a link, but not in short run, even at a 10% level. It is domestic demand and profit. Domestic demand is the major factor in explaining gross capital change in investment rates in short run, from the short run elasticities that we computed. But in long run, exports growth and profit matter for the investment. So finally, just one last point, sorry, that in terms of the last question that I think I find it strange that I don't know why you left that you didn't discuss anything about lump sum tax, but you seems to be saying that lump sum tax is non-discretionary, lump sum tax is much better than debt financing. But one of the papers that I found at Journal of Macroeconomics 2005, Mario and Novels, that they are surprising, looking at from an endogenous growth model similar to Barrow. They really find an interesting result that there is not so much non-discretionary about non-discretionary lump sum tax. In fact, whether it's a capital tax on capital income or non-discretionary, there is a trade-off. The non-discretionary lump sum tax is in a short run contractionary because households do not understand the public investment internalized, therefore consumption slows down, therefore capital accumulation slows down, but in long run might be a positive. So there is a trade-off. So that's how I'll stop there, but there could be more conversation.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Rao. It's probably added a cautionary note, the need to look at the disaggregated picture of, I think Professor Narayan has given a very aggregative analysis. May I now call upon Dr. Pankaj Kumar, who will speak to us on monetary policy communication and effectiveness. And coming as he does from the central bank, we should be listening.
So thank you very much for the opportunity, especially to Veeramani sir. This is a joint work with my co-authors at the Reserve Bank on monetary policy communication and effectiveness, some evidence from India. The first thing to note is that, if one thing which has changed dramatically over the last 2-3 decades in central banking arena is the communication. We were cryptic and mumbling with great incoherence in olden days. Now there is a lot of emphasis on clarity, coherence, cogent explanation of and rationale for policy decisions. So that landscape has changed dramatically. This communication landscape has moved from being men-centric, markets, economists, and news organization, to more inclusive two-way communication. Now, this is not just optics, or it was just a good behavior on the part of central bank. Actually, there is a theoretical backing by the new Keynesian models. Expectations play extremely important role in new Keynesian models, and that actually brings to the center, the role of communication. If you can manage expectations about inflation through repeating your inflation target, if you can manage long-term expectations of interest rates, asset prices, and financial conditions, you can do a lot of macroeconomic stability with a lot less interest rate fluctuations. You need not do a lot of things. So again, this is a debate, how important is communication versus actual action, but that brings, it really keeps communication at the center. And now, as far as RBI is concerned, we have looked at RBI's monetary policy statement of the last 1.5 decade, from 2009 to 2024, and we are just trying to understand, what are the salient features of this document. So this is a simple word cloud of all, basically the universe of words. In fact, I think some 2,000, 3,000 salient words are used. So their probability of, their frequency of occurrence is more than 30 over the last 1.5 decade. But of the salient, these are the salient words. It doesn't mean anything, but I'm just showing that this is a universe of data that we have. What we have done is that let's divide the salient words into growth and inflation centric words. You might be speaking about growth a lot. You might be speaking about inflation a lot. Because there is one thing to have de jure inflation targeting framework. De facto, it is communication, whether communication is backing up what you basically have set as an ideal. So we have divided those growth inflation words, and we look at, in some sense, the implicit, weight on inflation in the monetary policy communication. So this is the number of inflation word divided by the number of inflation and number of growth word, right? So higher the number, perhaps, implicitly you are emphasizing a lot on inflation than on growth. Now, this is interesting chart. If you look at this is the high inflation phase. And yet, our focus on growth was quite, in terms of communication, was quite high. So, if you look at the average prior to 2014, I think the inflation to growth index was 0.47, even while inflation averaged 9.5% in India. Average since 2014, this inflation to growth index actually rises to 0.51, with inflation actually averaging 5.3%. So, business cycles can actually change your communication, but this is a systematic shift in communication. Because despite inflation actually coming under control, or say closer to the target, still your communication is more inflation centric. So this is one feature of RBI's communication. We also look at the complexity of RBI's monetary policy statements. These are very standard tools to actually see whether the statement is extremely complex or simple. Because when I talked about two-way communication, when I talked about, so the movement from men to, let's say, households and firms will depend on how simple and clear you are in terms of your communication. So these are the indices. I will not go into that. Essentially, these indices are based on average sentence length. Higher the length, higher the complexity. A multisyllabic word will be a negative for clear communication, and things like that. So if you look at these indices also, of course it has varied through time. I mean, if you look at the moving average, during the pandemic time, there was some complexity because of the complex situation that RBI was handling. But generally speaking, there is a trend decline of complexity in RBI's communication. So the communication has become relatively clearer. Now, these are like incidental, some evidences. Do we find our inflation expectations to be shock anchored or level anchored? So we look at, shock anchoring of inflation expectation. We look at whether, these food and fuel shocks impact, economic agents' expectations now in the flexible inflation targeting regime. What we find is that, for the survey of professional forecasters are not affected by food and fuel shocks, so they believe in RBI's inflation target, holding at least in the medium term. But inflation expectations survey of households suggests that, they are quite sensitive to food and fuel inflation. So yes, there is some amount of anchoring underway, but this is only a partial success, right? The shock anchoring can be also seen in terms in a different methodological approach, where you look at inflation news. So you had expected some inflation earlier. The inflation outturn turned out to be very different. Does that change your expectation of future inflation? Again, we find that yes, it does for households, but it does not do for professional forecasters. Level anchoring, very simple. We look at the weighted average on the inflation target versus the actual inflation outturns. Again, we look at survey of professional forecasters is very close to the target in general, but that is not the case for households. So now this is the household inflation expectations graph, very telling. This is our target. This is the actual inflation outturn of the last 15 years or so. Household inflation expectations remain quite sticky, and they are sticky downwards. If there is an inflation shock, they go up, but if there is an inflation fall, they do not come down. So this is some kind of an asymmetric situation that central bank is dealing with. As far as monetary policy transmission goes, so one effectiveness is in terms of anchoring of inflation expectations. The other is whether monetary policy is getting transmitted to the economy smoothly or not. So for monetary policy transmission, we have to look at monetary policy surprises. How many surprises were there, in terms of policy action, and how many, were basically on the anticipated line. We observed that, in most of the, in the 48 meetings that we have studied, the surprises were actually only 15. 33 were on the anticipated line. And we look at, these surprises in different ways. We look at, the market indicators, such as the overnight index swap. Of course, we look at the Bloomberg and survey of professional forecasters also to assess whether our policy basically surprised the market. Again here, the evidence is that the surprises are affecting as expected the short-term rates. The anticipated policies do not affect, going by the efficient market hypothesis. And the surprises affect short-term rates more than long-term rates. So long-term rates are relatively more anchored. That this evidence we are basically observing in different setting of our in different model settings. So let me conclude. RBI's communication has become simpler over time. The focus has shifted towards inflation. We have partial anchoring only, only for the expert audience. Perhaps we are anchored, and not for the firms and households at large in the economy. And therefore, this has to be a continuing, effort. On most occasions, markets correctly anticipated RBI's policy actions. Surprises, were not too many, but whenever they were there, they basically had the impact of the market rates on expected lines, basically affecting more short-term rates than longer-term rates. Overall, this paper, and this is a continuing work, we need to connect communication with, these evidences much more clearly. Offers important evidence of communication complementing and reinforcing flexible inflation targeting framework in India. And clear and focused communication, improvement in anchoring of inflation expectations, and improved transmission have enhanced the effectiveness of monetary policy in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. You've been very efficient with time, given our crisis about time and so on. May I now call upon Dr. Thakur to discuss this.
Thank you, Chair Professor Omkarnath, and thank you, the organizing committee of this conference, particularly Professor Veeramani, for inviting me to discuss this paper. Now, I've been asked to be very brief, and so I will. The main argument of the paper is that
5 minutes.
Oh, I have 5 minutes. Okay, so I'll. Okay. So what Dr. Pankaj Kumar and his co-authors are arguing in this paper is that over time, starting from 2009, monetary policy communication of RBI has become less complicated and more focused on inflation, particularly during the flexible inflation targeting regime. Now, this is something we would expect moving away from the multiple indicators regime to flexible inflation rate regime, because in the earlier regimes, RBI used to project growth and inflation by looking at a large number of indicators, different kinds of interest rates, different kind of inflation rates, exchange rates, quantity variables like money aggregates, credit, rainfall, IIP, and forward projection of few of the key quantity variables like capacity utilization. And it had a panel of time series model, and using that they used to arrive at growth and inflation projection, and from there used to decide monetary policy action. From now, by design itself, the central bank is now focusing only on two objectives, and within these objectives there is a very clear hierarchy. Inflation is the primary objective, so one would expect communication, particularly the communication that they track is the monetary policy press releases, that to simplify as well as be more focused on inflation. Now, the contribution of the paper is they have showed that quantitatively indeed that is the case. And then, having showed that, they ask the next question, which brings us to why is this question important? Communication of monetary policy by RBI, why is it important? It is important because, like any policy whose outcome depends on future expectation, it is very important to very clearly communicate. Otherwise, the policymaker will not be able to influence the behavior of the agents on whose behavior the outcome would depend. So here the idea is, if monetary policy communication is clear, then A, it would anchor inflation expectations of agents in the economy. That in itself is supposed to bring down or stabilize prices in the economy. And B, if monetary policy communication is clear, it helps in formation of expectation of future interest rates, and thereby affects the yield curve, right? And so this is the monetary policy transmission through interest rate channel, where policy rate cuts are transmitted to short-term rates, and then to the entire yield curve, and then to lending rates of bank, and finally to aggregate demand, and that's how it's supposed to work. Now, they in the later of the paper, they check for both. So whether in the fiscal flexible inflation targeting regime are the expectations anchored? There the finding is, for professional forecaster, it seems they are anchored, but for households, they are not. Now, I have couple of comments on this. A is, you are restricting yourself only to the flexible inflation targeting regime. But then you claim on saying that the anchoring has improved. So that is, by just restricting, that claim doesn't follow through. And you do have data for before also, for both the surveys start from 2007-8. So you can go back. B, as I think you mentioned at the end, the complexity index is not featuring into your econometric analysis. So even if professional forecasters, your result shows professional forecasters and expectations are anchored, we do not know if it is anchored because RBI's communication has become simpler. It can be because professional forecasters have improved their capability, right? So, and the household thing is the most concerning thing, because see, the household survey, the inflation expectation survey of households by RBI covers only select cities, the metro cities and some other larger cities. So these are urban households. So we would expect them, we can expect them to be more likelier to follow multi-policy communication. So, that, then what does this mean? Is the communication still not simple for households to follow what the RBI is saying, or does it not matter? The other thing, I have a suggestion here. What one you can do, you can look at how this index of complexity is related to deviation of expectation from, say, the target. What you do in your level exercise. There we would know, even if the expectations are deviating from the target, whether or not the simplicity of communication matters for containing that deviation. And then the other suggestion is, if you could focus more on the period after 2019. Because, yes, there is the pandemic issue, but then another thing has happened, which is that bank lending rates are now linked to external benchmarks. And many of the urban households borrow to finance consumption. So the interest rate they are paying now, the external benchmark is basically the policy rate. So now we would expect the household, particularly the urban households, to be more attentive to policy communication. Yeah. The last point is about the last exercise, where you show that it seems that the communication has held information of future expectation of future interest rate, and therefore the yields on long-term bonds are not getting affected by anticipated monetary policy. Okay, so here, see, the point is, this point is well taken, and you go on and say this is evidence in support of efficient financial markets and so on. But if you look at the literature on monetary policy transmission in India, the first stage transmission of interest rate there is a consensus that it works well. Even before the flexible inflation, for example, Professor Pamidua has papers which shows policy rates, there is a long-term relationship between the policy rate and yields of government bonds of various maturity. Okay, and it's the policy rates which are gradual causing the yields. Okay, so the concern about interest rate channel is the second stage, which is whether or not aggregate demand is sensitive enough to interest rate. So even if, so there, I am not sure, at least right now I am not sure if communication matters for the second stage of monetary policy transmission.
Thank you, Dr. Thakur, for those observations. Since Dr. Kumar has a flight to catch, would you like to go first in responding to the discussant? And also we will direct the first set of questions to Dr. Kumar and then to Professor Narayana. Is that fine? Is that fine? Oh, would you like to take questions? Okay. Yes. This is directed to Dr.
Apex
Kumar.
Bank, the representative of the Apex Bank,
Pankaj Kumar.
RBI. Sir, my question is regarding why a Apex Bank like RBI is most bothered of even the price volatility of cumin, C-O-M-I-N, cumin. Apart from the price volatility of potato or tomato or onion, they decide even politics. My question is what is the aftermath of fallout of your digital infrastructure monitoring of price volatility and food price index for food price inflation, and by tracking that, could you reduce the amount of the galloping MBA? Any impact on reduction of MBA? That is question.
Pardon me, this is a little bit tongue-in-cheek, and I've just been informed by the former member of the Finance Commission that I'm a very bad citizen, because I wonder which households pay any attention to what the RBI is saying about anything. And I was told, I don't pay any attention, yes, and we get the business standard every day. They're saying something about interest rates, what they're doing, and then we carry on. What leads me to think about inflation is tomato ka kitna hua aaj. So I'm not sure. Of course, professional forecasters will be watching you like hawks, which they do. But I don't think you need to bother about whether it's anchored for households or not, because households, I don't think, follow your policy communications particularly. So let me pass it on to the person who said I'm a bad citizen.
I must confess I'm also not much of a better citizen in the sense that, you know, I sense what's happening to inflation by prices I pay when I go shopping and so on. But on a more serious note, first of all, congratulations. It's the first time I've seen actually a professional attempt to try and measure the effectiveness of communication, which is very important in a post-Keynesian, a new Keynesian world of monetary policy. But I'm not sure whether the measures you are using are, I don't know about them, I've just heard first time from you, whether they are actually the appropriate for the reasons that Geeta was just referring to. I mean, the professionals are tracking everything, you know, every statement made by Patra or Das are, you know, very carefully factored in and so on. But I was watching in your graph, I mean, even though, you know, there's stickiness, as you mentioned, in households, at least over time, if your communication made a difference, you would expect them to improve the anchor. But I didn't see any trend happening. So the serious point is that maybe you have to think about changing your communication strategy. And instead of simply publicizing what Governor Das said or what Michael Patra said, maybe talk a little bit, you know, communicate more about what's actually happening to prices in different parts of the country and things. They might help your, you know, inflationary expectation to dampen them a little more. Just a thought.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I have a question.
Any other? Yeah, there's one.
This is a clarification question to Pankaj. Regarding this new Keynesian Phillips curve, the role of expectations, what we have, what I understood is that household expectations, if they are expecting higher inflation, it translates into higher, they go for higher wages and it translates to higher prices. Now, I don't know whether now workers are capable of translating higher prices into higher wages. That is a different issue. But now the question is, what is the role of the professional forecasters here? How does the professional forecasters' expectations translate into higher prices? That is not clear.
Any other questions directed towards Dr. Kumar? In which case?
Thank you very much for the comments. I mean, I readily accede that, you know, we need to connect, you know, the empirical work better with, you know, the effectiveness with communication. And we are still searching for how to do that. And we will do that in the next iteration. So your idea of basically bringing into complexity, bringing complexity index into our econometric analysis is very welcome, and we will follow up on that. The idea that urban households should be very sensitive to, or at least they understand inflation better, is also not perhaps very true, because if you look at the demographic profile of the survey, it's not really very rich households. Even if it is urban area, it is actually, so our surveys are basically widely dispersed, and it is also ensured that the representation of the low income and middle income segment is fairly substantial. So there is an issue that they're really not expert audience in that sense. So as things stand. The question that we should be more careful about the period after 2019, given that EBLR system was there that actually enhanced monetary policy transmission, and therefore households should be becoming more inflation focused, indirectly, is also something which is a little bit of in some sense, slightly longer line of argument, but we will look into that. So that is a part of your question. Now, to Sudipto sir, the remark on inflation, household inflation expectation actually not really doing anything despite inflation coming down significantly over the period, tells something about our communication. We are not able to reach perhaps households the way we should, and this is something that we should take it with all humility. That is actually true. If things are not, they're only, if they're sticky downwards, there is a problem. So, our effort will be wasted. And what new communication strategy we can think of? Of course, globally they are making things very simple. Like ECB, they're coming with more, much simpler wordings. Like, rather than using unemployment, use words like jobs. Which people can actually connect with. So that connection is required in policy statements to bring home the message to the household. So that is quite true. Now, as far as households' inflation expectations, not at all very, in macro theory, if that is not happening, then it's really toppling the entire macro.
Not saying it's not happening. I'm saying it's not happening on the basis of anything central bank may say. Because people are not paying attention to what you are saying. Households are not paying attention to what the bank is saying to form their expectations. They're doing it on the basis of what they are observing in the market.
So this salient experiential based inflation expectations is important, and it is important everywhere in the world. The point is that, for example, I can give you one example. So there was a time when market was thinking that, if you are in the tolerance band, it's fine. RBI is okay if inflation is within the tolerance band. And, that's where, you had to communicate that it is a zone of tolerance and not a zone of indifference. And and this kind of messages have been given by central bank governors. Basically, repeat, and to basically ensure that this message is getting across. Why it has not happened in the last, let's say, 5, 6 years, 7, 8 years of inflation targeting regime is something that is certainly a question. So that we'll have to sort of work on. That is certainly an issue. Now, I mean, the monetary policy is not responding to food price volatility as such. Monetary policy is only worried about if food price changes translate into, you know, generalized price increases. Now that is certainly a monetary policy concern, given the institutional arrangement of today. It's not that, you know, every food price spike should be responded, will be responded. So that is not the case here. So thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I think in both cases, household sector in India is a mixed bag. As you know, it's a residual sector. You just net out what you're most sure about in terms of data. Government, obviously, and then the corporate sector, because the corporate sector has to statutorily submit their balance sheets, and some of them even don't do that. So the household sector is the residual sector, and that's also the most complex sector. Thank you, Dr. Pankaj and discussant. I now call upon Professor Narayana to respond. No, I mean, sorry, to discussant first or take questions? Okay, he will take questions and then respond to both the discussant and from the House. Questions for Professor Narayana?
Narayana, I have a very general question, a very interesting paper, but can you link what you observed to any statement you can make about the nature of economic policy followed in this period? Because that is the crucial component. What kind of policies have happened in this period, which is leading to this phenomenon? That if you could speculate on, that would be an interesting thing to me.
Yeah, I mean, in that sense, I think my clarification would be in continuation of the question raised by Chiranjeev. Because when you say that this corporate capital, investment from the corporate sector has come down, it also shows that the supply side economics turned out to be a big failure in in India. So, in terms of policy, you know, we'll have to situate in what way that we could better understand why there has, the investment of the corporate sector has come down. But my second point, I think that's more important for me since I'm a political economist. The point is this, that over the years as part of this neoliberal policy, the corporate tax has come down from 30% to 22%. And that has also reduced to 12% with respect to certain new enterprises. So what does it mean? It means that there is a sharp decline of the contribution of the corporate sector to divisible pool. Does it mean that the states are also compelled to subsidize the corporate sector?
The whole idea of crowding out, I mean, this point should be obvious to many people here, but nevertheless, the whole idea of crowding out is based on, as you mentioned, the concept of a fixed pool of savings. But there is no reason why the pool of savings should be fixed, because the savings depend on income, and income is never fixed. If investment goes up, income goes up, and hence savings also goes up. So ultimately, investment determines savings. And as you yourself has shown in your tables, public investment is going down, private investment is going down. So in such a period, is it such a surprise that savings also will go down?
Any other questions for Professor Narayana?
I don't think I have answers to all the questions. I'm happy Professor Tripathi Rao, asked some tough questions because that's what students should be doing. So, in fact, I don't mean to say that it's only that, the fall in net financial savings is solely responsible for the fall in, capital formation. I don't mean to say that at all. In fact, there are a whole lot of other factors. But then, that would require modeling and all that. My whole purpose was to make this presentation focus on the falling net household financial savings. And also focus on post-demonetization, the banking sector, that sharp fall in deposits. A 15 to 20 percentage point fall in bank deposits. I think that is something very significant. Of course, you had a similar sort of a fall in 91, 92. But then it quickly went back to the previous level. But we don't see that sort of a thing happening now. Of course, Professor Tripathi was saying about shares and debentures. Yes, if you take the shorter period, yes, you will see that increase. But you have, go back to 90s, it was about 10%, the share of shares and debentures. Now, in fact, it has not reached that level. It's only 8.5. So that doesn't explain. So there is something that has happened to the whole financial sector, in particular banks. You are seeing that now. You see, since last year, there's virtually a crisis in the banking sector. They are saying that deposits are not growing, and they are cutting down on credit. I think there is a serious crisis. So I wanted to point to that, and that is actually affecting investors. It is not that it's not affecting. And that's getting reflected in, of course, one has to model some of this. I have not done that. Also, you see, there is a, that's why I thought I will focus on those graphs and, those patterns. Now, modeling it is not a very easy sort of a thing. You see, reading out of the graphs, you can make out patterns. But the moment you take that long time series and try to model, it doesn't become all that simple. You don't get the sort of a results you want to get. So I have been struggling with this. So this is just, I thought I'll present it here, pick a few ideas and see whether I could, that's where I thought I'll also pick ideas from the students. So that's why it's so good that to have, so I don't have answers to all these questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Narayana. Basically, since he has left it open to everybody, I can probably also jump in and say a couple of things. You see, I think, I'm not abreast of the numbers, but I think the stagnation in deposit growth has been a long-term phenomenon. It has been there for the last 2 decades, if I'm not wrong. And it's also true that banks have accepted this fact. Banking system is also being dependent on alternative sources, especially repo and reverse repo transactions, and consumer credit, debit cards, credit cards, and insurance, mutual funds, a very variety of those other businesses which are outside the traditional banking. Now, the deposit growth, after all, is also a function in terms of secondary deposits of the lending operations that are happening, right? If the bank lends more deposits will come back, after all. There's, what you're talking about is the primary deposits, right? There are also secondary deposits which come back to the system on loan accounts and so on. So I think it's a very rather complicated. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, but I think it calls for some kind of a disaggregated, because it has become very complicated. And as far as the monetary, communication is concerned, if you look at the media channels, electronic or print media, there are two things they focus on. Either, as Professor Sen said, sabji, dal sabji ka bhav kya hai, or they're all interested in the stock market. So that's why you have been seeing last two or very long time, even the general newspapers have business pages with stock market quotations, which means it is, when you look at the vernacular TV channels, for example, there is a lot of discussion, lot of communication on stock markets and mutual funds, etc., etc. So I think we end the penultimate session on this happy note. And thank you, Professor Narayana and Kumar, who just left, and the discussants for making it a lively session. Thank you all very much.
No, but it was so simple and very clear. So that was amazing language. I couldn't even hold my pencil to say, is there any sentence where it is?
We have a panel session titled Kerala's Development Experience, What's Next? Professor John Kurian, visiting professor at the School of Development, Asim Premji University, would chair the session. The panelists include Professor P.K. Michael Taragan, former Vice Chancellor, Kannur University, former Chairperson, Kerala Council of Historical Research, former Director, Kerala Institute of Local Administration, and former faculty at CDS. Professor K.J. Joseph, Director, Gift and former Professor CDS. Professor K.N. Harilal, Chairman, 7th State Finance Commission, former member, Kerala State Planning Board, former Professor at CDS. Professor Manjula Bharati, Center for Urban Policy and Governance, the School of Habitat Studies, TIS, Mumbai. Dr. K. Raviraman, member Kerala State Planning Board, visiting fellow at CDS, former visiting fellow in Oxford, Cambridge and Manchester. Professor V. Shantakumar, professor at Asim Premji University, and Professor S. Irudayarajan, chair of the International Institute for Migration and Development and former professor at CDS. Welcoming you all to the dais.
You do that in gift. It's okay. Okay. Thank you very much. One clarification, I'm not anymore with the Asim Premji University, not that that is important. My association is much more with CDS. And I want to thank the director and others who have been responsible for requesting me to be part of this. Where are you taking? Oh. Okay, that's all right. You want to turn this? Not. As you can see, I mean, this is the last session. It's can be very difficult to get something like this through. But as you can see from this arrangement, we are trying to do something very different. And let me assure you, I have the permission of all of them because I had sent them a note earlier. So they are ready for what is to come. The topic is, of course, on Kerala's development experience. What next? So, I think the role of CDS in the creation of this so-called Kerala model or Kerala's development experience, I think that's very well known. The last 50 years, there has been so much discussion, debate, disagreements, and so on. So we are not going to focus on the past. So I would like that you leave the past. But what next, as the CDS wanted. So here, this is the panel of experts. My role, I did business management 50 years ago, and I was told that the sign of a good manager is somebody who is able to get people who are much more qualified than himself to do the job and to achieve the objectives. So here you have 7 distinguished persons. I think you know all of them. Maybe Professor Manjula
probably less known. She is from the Tata Institute of Social Sciences. KJ. Okay. So that's okay. So what I'm going to request is that each person take up his or her pet orientation in relation to Kerala's development experience or topic, whatever their concerns, and to first give a 2 to 3 minute no 2 to 3 minutes. That's the first round. The 2 to 3 minutes of what you would like to say about this particular concern. So you can maybe, because you're the director of GIFT, you may want to talk about the finance, the situation, not about the past, but how do you see how things can improve. So have your first shot on your pet topic. It can be how you see a trend in the future, or it can be some action point which you want to propose as to what we can do to make the development experience of Kerala different, or it can be both. So we will go not necessarily in this order, but I would like to ask Michael to start. As the historian, the temptation to go back, we'll hold on to that. And Michael, if you can make the first intervention of 2 to 3 minutes about how you see what next on whatever you consider as being important. And then we'll go from that. Actually, this is called a fishbowl discussion. Those of you who know my background understand that the water is here, and these are the okay. So, Michael, yeah, you sit. Yeah. Or you have that.
Professor John Kurian, fellow panelists and friends. I never expected such a blow, because I never expected the chairman to say that you shouldn't speak about the past, and I'm a historian. I don't know how you can fit me into this panel at all. So I'll try to avoid as much past as possible. But, in my own early work, under the exacting supervision of K.N. Raj, I have pushed the different development experience of Kerala all the way up to, say, 1850. And the reasons for Kerala having a different development experience was that it had extensive and intensive commercialization of its agriculture. Extensive in the sense in terms of plantation agriculture and kyle and kol krishi of paddy, of course food product, food grain. Also intensive cultivation in terms of coconut, arecanut, rubber. Rubber, of course, was introduced as a plantation crop, but soon it became a middle farmer's crop, because their holdings held at par with the estates in terms of productivity. In the given, of course, highly structured, highly hierarchically structured society, where the middle groups, level groups, which benefited mostly from this kind of changes, and they planted the seeds of the socio-ritualistic reform movements in Kerala, which of course led to different kind of development experiences, of course led by Sri Narayana Guru and other leaders, other sages of that level. This is how the so-called different development experience evolved. But this evolution itself was blocked by a very conservative society, very drastically caste-based society, in which up to 1920s there was very little support for reforms. But in 1924, exactly 100 years ago, we had a natural disaster, the great floods of 24. That floods made people rethink about their own situation, and they found that the caste-based rankings may not be the right thing to follow. And there was, in the 20s and the immediately later decades, major support for all reform-based activities in each of these communities. And in the 1930s, it was further accentuated by the onset of the World Economic Depression, which again made the people reflect upon their situation, and they lend support to political solutions, political and social solutions, rather than caste-based solutions as it was prescribed by the so-called earlier reform movements. Therefore, that group which promoted this, which had, of course, a definite leftist turn of political opinion, they came to power in 1957. Now, as soon as they came to power, they tried to visualize the three major slogans which had come up in Kerala. One was, of course, for a united Kerala. Kerala was divided into three portions, Malabar, Kochi and Tiruvidampur. They wanted a common Kerala. That was realized, and then there was basic land reforms, which was also passed and implemented partially. Then the third was democratization of education, because the reform movements had invested mainly into modern education as a means to come up in social order. So these activities, this government took initiative, but soon there was a backlash, and the government was dismissed, and in all that story, I'm sure that you know very well. And the primary division of the society into two, one who meant that these reforms should be set in order, the others who were very skeptical about it, until therefore, once the government was dismissed from power, they also resorted to coalition governments of the sort that was already in fashion, and there was a shifting of power between two political friends every 5 years, until 2021, when during that period in 2018, I get my years wrong, 2018, there was another natural disaster, a great flood again. The great flood seems to have revived the old feelings, old way of life, and there was a widespread unity and cohesion in the society, which were very, very divided. And that saw again the emergence of the other forces also, and that ended up in, once again, the society being drastically divided into two. And now you have a situation where these two sections of people, practically in a situation where it will be very difficult to untangle. The only source of hope in this is the introduction of the decentralization, which seems to have served very well during the time of the floods as well as the period of the COVID pandemic. So that is the only point of hope that one can literally see on the scene.
So, Michael, your take on this is that you've charted out the history, which I thank you for that, and you feel that in terms of what next, in terms of a hopeful message, it is the decentralization of governance.
Yeah,
that's what you feel. Okay. Free rolling, you can take on.
See, in fact, I should fully support the moderator because he advanced this suggestion that we will go for 1 or 2 rounds of discussion, and nobody is going to take too much time in the initial presentation. So I'll keep my word. Michael was explaining the historical background in a very brief way. In his brief presentation also, he emphasized the role of public action, collective action in the making of the Kerala model of development. But in this public action, obviously the role of the state again is very important. There will be mobilization from the part of the people, pressure from below, but there should be some state mechanism to follow it up. But unfortunately, from our discussions, I don't think the fiscal space available to the state will be expanding. It will be shrinking. And I'm not very optimistic about the recommendations of the 16th Finance Commission. There will be marginal changes, but no substantial increase in the fiscal space available. So therefore, going ahead, Kerala government and Kerala society will have to live up to this reality, and then everybody should come together to realize the fact that fiscal space in the Indian system is very limited to the states. And accordingly, we should plan our government interventions. There is limited scope for improving government revenue, and there is limited scope for improving efficiency of expenditure. But there are good suggestions coming from scholars. Those will have to be taken care of. That is point number 1. Point number 2, even without having any control over the governments, we have been able to do collectively many things. That is the history of collective action in Kerala. Of course, earlier we didn't have that kind of, people didn't have control over governments. Now, therefore, new models of collective action is required, where the government support may not be very much. That's quite possible. We have been having so many such instances of people coming together for collective good in cooperative sector, in various other areas. I'm not going to details. But the latest thing, the palliative movement in Kerala, it's not a government initiative, it's a community initiative. Now government is supporting, but political parties, religious groups, community groups, they are all involved in the palliative movement, which is becoming a model. Similar collective action experiments will have to be promoted, and there is considerable hope for doing that. Now, my third point is, in CDS, we realized that the migration remittances boom did not really help our goods producing sectors. Of course, it was overall expenditure it helped, overall quality of life it helped, but goods producing sectors very badly affected. We have had many studies on this, but no, there is a positive thing developing in that context. Earlier, because of remittances migration boom, the prices of non-tradables have gone up, and that affected industry. Land prices, wages, everything went up. But now that trend is getting slowly, marginally reversed, because wages in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and neighboring states are going up because of industrialization happening there. And then the real estate boom is going, land prices are coming down because of various factors, and land is now back to production. Earlier, for the last 2 decades, land was not available for production. It was available only as an asset for speculation. Like stock market, people were investing in land, and for agriculture, land was not available. Now land is coming back, land prices are coming down. So for industry and agriculture, that's a hope. And of course, local governments and state government will have to follow it up. Then, of course, this reversal of Dutch disease is happening on various other ways also. Remittances are coming down. Of course, due to certain reasons, last 2 years, there's a small jump, but that's coming down. And that's, in a way, for goods producing sectors, it can be a positive thing. And finally, one more small point, and then I'll finish. And if there is time in the second round, I can see. World over, we are experiencing deterritorialization of societies. Societies are spreading beyond their physical boundaries. And Kerala is in the forefront of the deterritorialization process. Nearly half of Kerala is living beyond Kerala borders. So if you are imagining about Kerala's future, you will have to think about a Kerala which is living not only in Kerala, but in the rest of the world. It's not like old migration. Old migrants were living apart in a space totally disconnected. But now the migrants are having real-time connection with Kerala. So you'll have to really hold them and be together. Now, in fact, as far as Kerala's political society is concerned, they don't have any role. But we'll have to evolve institutions like the Loga Kerala Sabha idea. In fact, was formulated from CDS. But it will have to be improved. There are implementation problems. But the idea is to have the larger Kerala in mind. I'll stop here.
Okay. Would you like to take on?
Thank you, John. I will start focusing on one of my area which is closest to my heart. Because when I joined in CDS in 1987, T.N. Krishnan was the director. He handed over me the file and saying that this is a project on aging. So I started my research on aging in 1987, and I continued to work on aging. So I am going to spend a few minutes on aging. What I call now the Kerala should realize is that all states in this country right now in the first demographic dividend. But Kerala is over. Now Kerala is moving to what we call them, or what I call them. It is a second demographic dividend. How Kerala can utilize the second demographic dividend like other countries in the West, I think Kerala has to think more on that. Second demographic dividend. Or I also call them what is called the silver economy of Kerala in the future. Silver economy means people who are above 60, because after reaching 60, and an average Malayali is going to live 20 years. How are you going to keep them both productive aging and healthy aging? After reaching 60, you live 10 years. After reaching 60, you live 20 years. After 70, you live 10 years. After 80, you live 5 years. How are you going to cope up with these years of life, which you have earned in the form of living longer, which you talk about human development. So people are living longer. Are we able to give them quality of life in old age? Are you giving them life to those old age? I think this is going to be a very, very important topic, because it's also politically important. Today, 1 out of 5 elderly are voters in Kerala. Is the politicians in their manifesto talk about elderly? I think this is going to be another, not just because you are talking about vote bank, always talk about caste and religion. I think there's a big vote bank. Elderly, what are we talking in the election manifesto by both right and left? We never discuss about them. And another point is that we also talk about, today in Kerala, we have more grandparents than grandchildren. If you have more grandchildren, which I told when the migration enclave organized by Thomas Isaac in Trivella, I told them that you have more grandparents. The grandparents require different type of attention than the grandchildren. Is the Kerala society ready to take on to the next development experience? I think this is going to be a very, very important topic for Kerala. If you want to, you have to engage them, you have to empower them, elderly in the coming days. Along with that, you look at it, 2011 census first time indicated in the country there are 2 districts have negative population growth rate. 2 districts have negative population growth rate. Which are the districts? Pathanamthitta, negative 3.0, Idukki 1.3. We are close to now another 14 years. Now there was no census in 2021. Now the current projection indicate Kerala will have negative growth rate between 2041 to 46. If Kerala going to have a negative population growth rate, because you are economy for whom? Economy for people, not for economy for somebody. People are important. So you are going to have a negative growth rate, and the census comes out in 2000. They are talking about 2025 census, 2026 result will be out for the delimitation for the Lok Sabha seat. If it is going to come up, I don't know how many districts in Kerala are going to be negative growth rate. If you have negative growth rate, what policies you can imagine in the development experience? For example, now, last year, 2-3 years back, Kerala had 4.1 lakhs births and 3.4 lakhs deaths. Within few years, you will have more deaths than births, absolute number in Kerala. And it's already seen one of the society which is going to depopulate very soon is Syrian Christians of Kerala. They have right now, if you go to any priest, they'll ask, we have more burials now than baptisms. I think this has to be looked into that. The last point which I want to make right now is that, yes, I think this is the, so that there will be a negative growth rate. I think we should look at it. And finally, that the latest data related to KMS 2023, we are likely to have 2 million returned migrants who will get into the labor force in Kerala. Is the Kerala society ready to take on them into the labor market? Integration, reintegration, rehabilitation? I think this is something, it's a big question mark for Kerala society. Can I stop or one more point? Okay, one more point, I'll stop.
Okay.
The last point is the remittances. I think already everybody will talk about remittances. Our estimate is 200,000 crores right now in Kerala, but 50,000 crores going outside as the student fees. So the left out is 150,000 crores. Another 50,000 crores goes as salaries, money earned, sending to other states. Because Kerala was money order economy in 1970s. Now there are many states, there is an economy which is boomed from Kerala. So another 50,000 crores. What is left in Kerala is only 100,000 crores, half of them going out. So that going out is something we should study about that. And then finally the student migration. Today, at age 14, 15, people are leaving Kerala for higher studies after +2. I think Kerala should design a very important policy on return migrants after skilled migrants. I think we should have a policy like China. Unless you do that, you will have only locked houses and host houses in Kerala in the coming days. I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Ravi.
See, thanks. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. I will summarize my views. I am going to summarize my views in 3 or 4 seemingly provocative statements. Seemingly provocative statements. The first is that Kerala is no longer a problem state. It's a miracle state. It's a statement that I borrow from our joint book with Tirthankar Roy. And we also stated that Kerala is different, but not the way you see it. It is different and it has become a miracle state in the sense that it has scaled up its human development indicators and it also has increased the scale of what is called a capital formation in the state. It implies 2 things. One is that it is no longer possible for us to continue to argue the success of Kerala model in terms of your capability approach. It has lost its steam. Because what really happened in the case of Kerala is that the old left has reinvented by itself in such a way that it has gone or it has become so ready to go for private friendly investments. And we have explained this in terms of what is called convergence divergence hypothesis, which I don't want to explain it more, but one thing is true, that from 2000 onwards, there is a massive kind of divergence taking place between Kerala and India in terms of economic growth and per capita income. This was the first statement that I wanted to say. My second, again seemingly provocative statement is that it goes beyond the current wave of the miracle state. It has taken what I would say a second turnaround in the history of development experiences in Kerala. I call it a second turnaround specifically because it started addressing the left behind sectors in the first 25 years. These left behind sectors were confined to the major infrastructures. And that's why I say that it's a second turnaround in the history of development experiences in Kerala. The first turnaround pushed the state through stagnation and generated development experiences. But the ongoing second turnaround not only maintains high level of development, but also generates high levels of economic growth. If you want, I can cite the figures in the second round. The third sort of provocative, seemingly provocative, is that by 2042, in fact, this is based on a conversation with some of my friends. It's not my own sort of a thing. By 2042, Kerala is going to overtake the high-income countries, in the sense that its per capita income would go beyond, say, 14,000 US dollar per capita. That means it will be much ahead of India in terms of attaining what is called the high-income country status. That's the third thing. Just two more minutes. The point that I wanted to say is that in connection with what my colleagues have pointed out. So in this context, what next? That's the question of the day. In this context, what next, if you ask me, I would say that, look, you should be in a position to continue to invest in infrastructure, specifically because it has started creating its multiplier effects at two levels. One is, it has increased employment in Kerala. It has also increased the process of formalization of the economy in the state. That is specifically why I say that you need to give more and more investments in the infrastructure sector. Secondly, as Professor Rajan has rightly pointed out, look, you have reached almost what is called net migrant state status. You have 3 million outside and 3 million inside. Those 3 million inside are from other states, and the 3 million outside are Malayalis. I mean, 2 million in the Gulf and 1 million in other states. We need not be much worried about that. That's my point. We need not be much worried about that, because specifically it is true that it has its own cost disabilities. In the planning board, we have worked out that the cost disabilities of various sectors, including the migration sector. But at the same time, the kind of benefits that we get from this migration processes is much higher. It outweighs the what is called the cost disabilities. Is that okay? Should I say more? No, just two more points. Yeah, 2 more points. Yeah, I have this memory loss. Sorry about that. The thing is that, I mean, the very geography. Initially, I told you that the capability approach is incapable of explaining the development process in Kerala. And whatever kind of claims that you make on Kerala development experience based on this capability approach turned out to be bland claims. I tell you because we have the evidence in our book. If you get time, please go through that. So what I'm trying to say is that it matters in terms of, as Michael has pointed out, the other kinds of movements that have taken place in Kerala. But it also matters which had its long connections with West Asia. and from West Asia to Europe, and that kind of things. So unless and until you go for that, and you reintegrate Kerala economy with the global economy. Of course, Kannan had a point like that. But Kannan's point was with reference to what is called the Kerala model of development. That's not our point of reference. Our point of reference is, by and large, Brothelian point of references, Brothelian temporality. You need to go for a long term if you want to understand the current development processes in Kerala. So what I wanted to say is that the geography matters, both in terms of asset and challenge. And the challenge we all know that we have already experienced the floods, landslides. That means that you cannot continue to generate as much growth as you often visualize. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much. So when we are trying to understand the Kerala from a futuristic perspective, I would like to look at it from three-dimensional perspective, like government, governance, and governmentality. So what that, see, when we are looking at the governance, we are looking at, citizen governance, corporate governance, community governance, but also governmentality. How to govern, the mentality to govern and to be governed at various sectors, and how it is affecting the vertical and the horizontal spatiality, temporality, historiality that we are trying to understand. So with this, when we are trying to look this, how it is producing those questions of negotiated scapes, like Professor NC was speaking about in today when we are having a sewerage plan, how, like this whole question of an alternate arrangement or an alternate design, and how they have to speak with the bureaucratic governance, and the negotiations come with that. And Professor Shivanandan was speaking about how the SC communities having a voice of submissiveness, so how that, so negotiated scapes, the voices of subversions and the voices of the confrontation, and how these three spaces we need to look empirically, theoretically, and philosophically when we need to understand or look at the futuristic plans of. So from this, I would, with this macro narrative, I would like to look on two specific areas, and one, I'm happy that Professor Yudharajan and others were speaking about. One, the marginal spaces in Kerala, because Professor Raviraman was speaking about Kerala coming to a margin, a miracle state. I hope that to be a miracle state. I would like as a Kerala to be a miracle state, but I'm also interested, look into the spaces of marginality about the women, the coastal communities, the SC communities, the ST communities, and then trying to understand that how the future Kerala is speaking to those marginal spaces. It is important. And then, importantly, other one, when you're looking at the whole question of climate governance, what is the politics of reimagination of climate governance when we are trying? So this is important for me. And so for the first narrative of, when you're looking at the marginal spaces, like, like Professor Rudharajan was speaking about in Vikasit Bharat 2047, if you're looking at the finance minister's statement, there is not even a single thing that speak about, the senior care economy. So it is important that, this is very important for Kerala. Kerala is going to be an aging economy. It is not a future of Kerala, it is a present of Kerala. So how can we compare this whole question about, the aging society, so the aging management with the care economy, and can think about a senior care economy in the futuristic dimensions of, but reimagine that with the understanding that is coming from below. And the next one that I would like to speak about, is about the Kudumbasri, because again today, Vijayanand was speaking about how it is important also to understand the institutionalization of the self-help groups in Kerala. It is important in that, So how can we make a planned dialogue in policy and practice? First of all, like I'm saying about with geriatric management and care economy as a senior care economy. Right now, we can see that in palliative care, how the Kudumbasri is coming out with interesting models. And so it is important to speak from that. And recent Kudumbasri interventions of giving something about, they are coming out with something about 20,000 to the palliative care. They are coming out with certain schemes, and it is interesting to look that. I have not studied it. But when you're looking at, the institutionalization of SHGs, we have an interesting plan that has been so mechanically routinized, like the local economic development plan. You know, so we have a neighborhood plan that has been integrated at the ward level to make it an area development plan, and that is integrated at the panchayat level to make a panchayat plan, and that needs to be mandated to give to the local governance institutions to take it into the plan when they're making it as a demand-driven plan. But most of the places which I have done this study, where my book is coming out right now, where the politics of, you know, seeing and no one is here, so that, you know, like how it is coming as a very mechanical way of local economic development. When we are speaking about a communitarian model of development, there is structures, there is institutions, there is policies, but how there is a rupture between the theory and practice, and how it is important that the divergences between the institutions, policies and practice, we need to understand, and how can we think and reimagine that to a better thing. And for example, we are also looking at, you know, I'm not going detail into that, Kudumbasri member making a profit of 10 rupees by selling Unniyappam, and then spending 100 rupees for buying burger. So it is interesting, you know, that how this, you know, like consumer ethics, so the whole question of capital is not more the finance capital, but it's also a Buddhist and understanding of a symbolic capital, and how it is important in a consumeristic society like Kerala. So the second one I would like to look, you know, the whole question of climate governance. So climate governance, you know that, okay, now it is important, and how it is important to understand how the climate governance is having a talk or a narrative which is scientific, which is paternal, which is colonial. So how to decolonize, because when we are saying about that, it is important to bring the decolonization topic or talk into the subjective or a sustainable thing. How can we see that, okay, the entire climate change discourses that is happening now in Kerala? We have, you know, like we have analyzed state action climate plans, and then also the national action plan of climate change, and then how the local governance institutions climate action plan would speak with each other. If you're looking at that in, you know, like state national action plan, there is not even a single word on gender or a women. And the state action plan of, you know, when we are looking at the heat wave and then the flooding that is happening in this Delhi and then Maharashtra, then there is no way of disaggregate data sets that is coming to speaking about it. So how can we have the data? That is second thing for me important, that is marginal spaces. How can we have with the IPCC report 6 coming in, and then that is counter-hegemonizing the normative data sets that has been given? How can we rethink about the data analytics through the everyday life of the people, using the social marginalization understanding and the everyday life becoming the data? So we are redefining the data sets, we are re-understanding the data analytics, and so we are bringing a new knowledge sets, epistemological turn into understanding the climate change discourses. And this epistemological turn is very important, because we are also bringing a subaltern knowledge into the spaces we are speaking about. So Kerala could be very interesting, because it has given very interesting perspectives on decentralized democratic experiences, where the people's lives, their experiences need to be taken as a data analytics to make. And so how can we have this sustainable development discourses through this decolonization perspective, and how can we change the data? We have actually done a study in Waipin Islands 1 year, and we have come out with, you know, community counter maps to understand the data that is coming from the community, and then how can we have this this question about community resilience, with the community owning up the data and trying to understand this data from a different perspective. So with that, you know, I will.
Yeah, normally, Chair, my fellow panelists, and wonderful audience. Normally in a conclusion session, you normally don't get more than 20% of people in the opening session. Here the situation is very different. A question for inquiry. Now, what next is an important question. And your perspective about what next is contingent on your understanding of what we are. What I'm going to do, I will try to understand Kerala's development dynamics from two perspectives. From each perspective, I will have a conclusion, a diagnostics, and a prescription. What next? Now let me
take the first thing in terms of Kerala's development dynamics from an exogenous perspective. Kerala's development dynamics in this understanding, being one state among Indian states, is very much dependent on the fiscal federal context in which it operates. Now, what is my understanding of Kerala model in this perspective? Kerala model is a model that made the people of Kerala rich. Kerala model is a model that made the union better off. Kerala model is a model that made other states better off. Kerala model is a model that made the government of Kerala pauper. What is your diagnostics? Since a sociologist is sitting nearby me, to send across what is my analogy of fiscal federalism is something like what is called a joint family. One of the child goes to CDS, makes very big. One of the student goes to IISc, very big. Another one child goes to Dubai, makes money. One girl there's no money at that time to get her married. She is remaining at home. Ultimately, she will look up. So but this is a joint family what you're talking about. What I'm trying to say is that in a fiscal federal system, there are different actors, the states, the people, the union government, and state governments, state and state governments. I mean state means state governments. Now, each of the component, each of the state for that matter, is differently endowed to work towards its own development of its neighboring states and the union. For that matter, you will find each state is specializing in certain ways of its activities. I will take two extreme cases, type 1 states, type 2 states. Type 1 state, Maharashtra, example. It engaged in the production of saleable goods, tangible goods, taxable goods. Of course, by selling those goods, producing those goods, people of Maharashtra became better off. By selling those goods, government of Maharashtra became better off. And by using those goods, the other states became better off. And central government could collect excise, central government became better off. Now coming to another part of the Kerala state, Kerala model, which I would say a different way of seeing about it. What is Kerala model? Kerala model is a model that invested in human capital and say social investment, health. This is essentially an export-oriented human capital model. Unlike Maharashtra's physical goods, this is not saleable, it's not taxable. It is mobile. 3 million moved out of. Today we have got Malayalis in 183 out of 195 countries. They contribute 23%, if you believe Viradarajan, 23% of the remittances. 2.8% of the population contributing 23% of the remittance. Union is better off. That money came to Kerala, Kerala people are better off. And of course, that money, our credit deposit ratio is maybe 50%. Money went to other states went better off. Now we have 1 million people, Kerala went to other states. There are nurses, there are doctors, I had one in my making a presentation, the Finance Commission. One is a Finance Commission member. She went to Delhi from Kerala, her father migrated because of education. So other states became better off. And this export-oriented production in this country, my dear friends, exports in this country is promoted directly, indirectly by the central government. Our export-oriented production of human capital, who supported it? Government borrowed it. Government borrowed money and started public-private participation as early as in the 50s and 60s when Kelkar committee was appointed when? 89, whatever. Central government started thinking about it. So what I'm trying to say that this borrowing-led Kerala model of development, the borrowing-led, that made human capital, made people of Kerala better off. It made other states better off. It made union better off, but it made Kerala government pauper. And this is the reason why if a state of Cuba, you go to Cuba, you will find that the doctors and nurses are exported to Brazil and you make money, which Kerala cannot do. So what I'm trying to say is that Kerala model has to be seen in this way, and by operating in the fiscal federal context, Kerala got constrained. And when you are coming into borrowing, we are not allowed to borrow because of FRBM. In fact, what a developing country needs? Is it FRBM of fiscal responsibility and borrowing management? Once you have got fiscal revenue deficit zero, what is the logic? What is the economics behind in telling that you cannot borrow more than 3%? I would, as a development economics drawing from Richard Nelson's low-level equilibrium trap, I would argue that a country is poor because his ability to investment is low, income is low, saving is low, investment is low. If your money, there is no money to invest, then you have to borrow or steal. And we have to operate in a fiscal federal context wherein all the states in the country are, in fact, 62% of the expenditure state governments are meeting, whereas they have to do it with the 37% of the revenue. And in this congenital inequality between fiscal federal context, Kerala has been indiscriminately, I would repeat, Kerala has been disadvantaged position. Now, only solution here is, this is one reason, my solution here is we have to mobilize similarly situated states. My second point of seeing Kerala model of development is a making of us an innovation scholar. I would like to say that Kerala model is an outcome of initially social and governance innovation. Social and governance, I don't want to elaborate on that because Michael, Isaac and others talked about social reform movements. We know the background of that. And social and governance innovation has got its obvious limits in how far you can take an economy beyond. To go beyond, you have to invest, you have to move away from the trajectory of social and governance innovation to science and technology innovation. Where are we with respect to that? In 1970s, CDS, including other institutions, have started. And we have to wait 2020 for Isaac to talk about a knowledge transforming Kerala to a knowledge economy. For the first time in the country, last year we made a S&D budget for Kerala. So R&D budget for Kerala. How much we invest? I don't believe so much in R&D, but only 3%. Now my prescription from there is that you have to essentially invest in building Kerala a knowledge-based economy. Knowledge is not both science-based knowledge and synthetic knowledge, both. And from there are a lot of sub-recommendations. This is the next strategy. I will stop here. I hope I have not derailed you too much. Thank you.
To save time, I think I'll read out a summary statement. There is a certain discomfort on the way Kerala's economy has developed. This can be seen among commentators from all parts of ideological spectrum. Most of them would have liked a growth of agriculture, manufacturing, and services in a conventional way in Kerala. In my view, this discomfort is not so rational. Moreover, policies and programs based on such discomfort may become inefficient and create negative impacts. For example, if Kerala develops infrastructure within the state with the aim of developing conventional manufacturing, it may become an ineffective and sometimes environmentally harmful investment. This is somewhat similar to what happened in the 1950s and 60s. Kerala invested heavily in major irrigation projects to achieve self-sufficiency in rice production, but these investments turned out to be not so remunerative, primarily because of the changing incentives of the people of Kerala. This is important even in the current context too. Enabling all Keralites to get jobs is a desirable objective, but attempting to create these jobs within Kerala may be not so desirable. Instead, another discomfort should have driven social and economic policies in Kerala. There are sections of society which could not benefit adequately from the past and current development path of Kerala. Policies should aim at enhancing their capability to participate in state, national, and global economies. Moreover, there were activities which are flourishing or doing reasonably well within Kerala. There should be efforts to see whether these activities can become engines for further growth of Kerala's economy. So in general, instead of a focus on GSDP, Kerala should focus on the gross state income, which is a state-level version of gross national income, and also finally the welfare, including happiness and freedom of its people. So I have 5 specific points which I think I will quickly mention as part of what next. Provide additional support to people so that they can participate in national and global economy. And we know that provision of education per se is not enough. If you look at the female work participation rate, I think investment in infant and child care services, behavioral change, even Keralites think that marriage is more important for girls. Instead, I think they should be made aware of the importance of employment, enabling them to take up work wherever these are available, and that's an important thing. Similarly, though upper and middle caste employees, Malayalis have benefited from national and international economies, gains for Dalits are not good. They suffer from the lack of not only financial capital, but also social capital and networks. So it's important to build their capability to participate in larger economies. And that's the first point. Second point, enable the flourishing of those non-tradable activities which do not have negative externalities. I think due to the internal incentives, we have invested quite a bit in healthcare and education. And I'm not talking about education because it's a little complex, but it is well known that reliable quality tertiary medical care is either not accessible or hugely expensive in most parts of India. On the other hand, even the privately provided healthcare is relatively cheaper and reliable in Kerala. So though many people come to Chennai and Bangalore, I think the traffic to Kerala for this purpose is not good. We have recently done a consultation as part of CDS effort, and I think there is scope for enhancing level of economic activity in healthcare in Kerala. The third point is that to be careful while investing in or subsidizing tradable activities. It is possible that certain firms which produce tradable commodities may flourish in Kerala, but that may not be the general trend. This may be true even in the case of modern industries such as those using information technology or biotechnology. There are network advantages and linkages between local consumption and production for some of these industries in metropolitan area. So what is important is that these activities should be allowed to achieve a scale that is market determined. A subsidization of such economic activities may create inefficiencies in the long run. For example, government acquiring land or developing projects like industrial corridor or providing concessions for land and electricity to investors for the development of mass manufacturing may create distortions in the long run, and we have seen enough of that. My fourth point is addressing the remaining social and distributional concerns. The central goal of social policy should be to provide adequate support timely to those who really face one or other difficulty or vulnerability severely. These may include female-headed households where the head of the household is not in a position to take up regular employment due to pregnancy, due to the need to take care of infants, etc., or older people who for different reasons don't have enough care, or lower middle class families with members who is seriously ill, etc. There is a need to enhance the socio-economic status of tribal communities within Kerala. The passing of the so-called Forest Rights Act is a major legal intervention that has the potential to improve the quality of their life. Unfortunately, the implementation is very tardy in Kerala, and there has to be greater willingness, readiness on the part of political establishment for the effective implementation of the FRA. And let me come to the final point. When the conservation of natural environment started to become a major concern in 1970s and 1980s, there was an apprehension that such a conservation would require certain compromises in terms of economic development. However, what we experience today is different. The increasing value of natural environment in activities like tourism and its importance in mitigating challenges due to climate change, floods, etc., and the declining value of intensive or somewhat called extractive use of land, including plantations, commercial agriculture, demonstrate that environment development linkage is one which is mutually beneficial in Kerala, and the development strategy of Kerala should strengthen this linkage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, I know the fishers haven't abided by my diktat, but that's good because I think a lot of points have come up. Now, what I would like to do is that we, obviously we can't discuss all the points. I would just run through the list, and there are two ways in which we could do this. Either, yeah, that's okay. Either I will make a poll from the audience as to what would be the most attractive issues that you would like to have discussed, or I will leave it to them to pick up from the points that have come up one or two issues which you think really need to be discussed. I mean, just leave your personal agendas aside and try to focus on this. So that I know you're not used to this, but we have to do it. Yes, yes. Okay, so the first point which I got from the speakers, I mean, one was this whole issue of decentralization, the need to have new forms of decentralization. Let's put it like that. The other issue, and which came up, which I thought was again also important, is that the Kerala model has always been seen as a public action model, public action not only from the state but very much also from the community. But we need to go beyond. So we need new forms of collective action for various things. So several of these issues were mentioned. What could be the new forms of collective action? So that's the second thing. The third is the second demographic dividend issue and all that goes around it. The shrinking population, the need to tap the wisdom of the elderly, the question of how to tap the remittances which were coming in that. The other point which came up was that Kerala is going to become a high-income economy and presumably will not get caught in what I see a lot of discussion on this middle-income trap. So is that the case? So, I mean, is that the future? The next issue was about a couple of things, the marginality question, which was highlighted in another by also the last speaker, the question of governmentality, what was the governmentality, okay, how you, okay, and the issue of climate change, which was flagged, that group of things. So, and then Ravi, you spoke on that, and yeah, KJ mentioned that the Kerala economy is, I mean, what appealed to me, you said a lot of things with this high export human development model. I mean, is that something that's going to contribute to Kerala becoming a high income economy? Things like that, and the whole question about this, you know, yes, and also this, yeah, but this issue about the innovations, you know, so many innovations on social and governance innovations. How do we get at that? And finally, on the question of the care economy, I mean, people are growing old. There is a need for that. What is important to focus on the care economy, and how does all this fit in with the issue of environment? Okay, so how shall I do this? I'll just ask for a raising of hands on some issues. I'll judge from here how many I have, and then pick and choose the themes to put. I think that's a better way. If I leave it to these people, they will take their pet themes. Okay, so let me start with this. How many of you feel that we should discuss, you know, the care economy and all that goes around it? How many? Okay, all right, fine. I get a sense. What about the question about Kerala as a high-income economy, that it's going to become a high-income economy, and you know there are lots of lessons that we have learned, and we can push this to that. Okay, all right. What about the question of decentralization, new forms of decentralization and collective action that needs to go, new forms of collective action that needs to go with that. Okay, yeah, all right. How about the export-oriented human development issue? Okay, and what about the question of the continuance of the marginality that we will have and all that we need to talk about? Okay, yeah. No, we're not. Yeah. So from what I saw here, I think the care economy, that seemed to be have much more traction here. So let's start with that. I mean, you know, you talk among yourselves about the care economy. I mean, the aging, the second demography.
Is there a single person in this audience who would disagree with
There's no question of there's no question of agreement or disagreement. The sentiment is that we need to think about this for what next. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's the class. Yeah. See, obviously we can't discuss everything. You've had your say, so the audience has got
I thought of making a few observations on the care economy. I think what Kudumbashree did 2 weeks back, at least there was a public announcement 2 weeks back, is something very important. I think they are getting into the training of care workers and providing them to whoever that is necessary. But they should not stop there. When they train care workers, and I presume that quite a lot of people who are willing to be trained to be care workers may come from the less privileged sections of the society. And when they get training, there is some evidence that they can also meet a higher demand for such care workers. At least some of them can go use the opportunities for care work in UK, Canada, Australia, and other countries. We did some consultation very recently, and there is an increasing demand. There is also another related issue, and some of you may have noticed that quite a lot of boys and girls go from India, from middle class families, by spending a lot of money and then go to UK and become, by doing an MSc Economics, MSc Physics, and then they become care workers. That create a lot of frustration, financial constraints, etc. Instead of that, I think what UK, Canada, etc. should be doing is to import care workers. If they directly import trained care workers, that will change the dynamics of migration. Quite a lot of underprivileged groups, boys and girls, can get care work, they can get the benefit of migration, etc. And there is possibility. And there is a possibility of I would call an international change in the migration policy to accommodate that particular section. Sorry.
Yeah, the last budget, one of the aspects which was highlighted was care economy. Unfortunately, care economy could be seen in a very narrow perspective of providing the elderly early morning with the kanyi, afternoon with kappa, and evening kodumbu, etc., etc. But unfortunately, the care economy of the type that Kerala's elders need is very, very different. In fact, I would have talked to at least 500 old people during the last 1 month. See, quite many of the people do not know how many plots of land he has. They remain uncultivated. They don't know how much investment they have made. They don't know. You go to Tiruvalla and others, the money which is unclaimed money by the bank is insignificant. And care economy of the concept that we have today is to put all of them together in one place and feed them. That is not. When you can effectively use information technology, we can provide the care, the services of the senior citizens that they need, cultivating their land, making their financial management, and ensuring what happened, what kind of cultivation is being done. Through photography, you can see recently I went and hugged an old man at the age of 87, immediately coming from America, "Dad, who is there?" He is seeing from the camera. We have the IT here. You don't need to put all of them into a truck and put into one place and feed them. You don't need to do that.
If you can effectively use information communication technology, you should be, care economy means total solution provision. Now the key question is, who has the credibility to do it? When you go back to the building of the Kerala model of development, the community, the Christian community played an important role. Where are they now? Last week after service I told, one sentence I finish, I asked a parish priest, when we all migrated to Idukki, at that time clearing 5 hectares of forest was a major contribution to society. At that time church followed. Today SDG, sustainability is a key question. How many of the priests who have advised in your Sunday mass advice, you should keep your premises clean, don't dump your thing onto the road. In the US, if you do, you will be into trouble. So what I'm trying to say is that here is an important role. The communities and organizations which have the credibility to take, credibility of the senior citizen only can do that. Who can do that? So don't reduce care economy to providing massages in the morning. It is much more than that. Okay, thank you very much.
No, I think when we talk about care economy, we are talking, treating elderly as liabilities. I think that we have to change that attitude. Like the banks, they come with a balance sheet. Assets, liabilities. If you put the elderly, where you put? You put them as liabilities or assets? I think we should treat them as assets. I think that is where we have to look at them very. When you talk about care economy, oh my God, so many old people, sorry. You have to talk about silver economy, not care economy. You are not everybody is bedridden. Today in Kerala, maybe 2% or 3% elderly are bedridden, but there are very active people. You see here in the podium, all are silver economy here. John Gorian silver, Ravi Raman silver, Sadhana Kumar silver. See, silver economy, you have to engage them. If you are not able to engage, Kerala will go to the hell. That's it. Nothing more than that. You don't talk about how to care of them when he will bedridden. That will be bedridden after 5 years. Why are you talking now itself? Care. I think your mindset, I think you all need training, you all need counseling. You are treating elderly people as, I think it's a very sad situation. Anybody, how is your father? He's okay, man. Problem is with you. I think all of you should clear your eyes, clear your thing. You all need counseling. Elderly are not liabilities. Today, children are liabilities. Children are liabilities. Elderly are not liabilities. I'm glad to see Krishna here. So I think very important, how to engage this elderly and empower them should be the biggest task Kerala has to look at it if they want to really have a good future. Don't treat them as such a care economy. They are more rich now in Kerala compared to the younger generation. I'll stop here.
See, we have care economy requirements, and we were having institutions, and we were producing care economy workers, and they are now everywhere in the world. But only problem, recent one is what Shantamar is saying, BTech and MA economics people, or people having very high qualifications going and doing care work all over Europe. And this should be stopped. If Kerala is sending care workers, there should be properly trained care workers. And this is true of many other areas of specialization. And as far as migration is concerned, government should intervene to sort of help people migrate where they go and get reasonably good jobs and they are not cheated. There is opportunity. There is opportunity all over the world which should be used, but we should not be getting trapped into all kind of rackets which are operating there. Here I would like to mention something which I thought, because of want of time I didn't. There is a global political and economic reset happening, and the unipolar world is going, and a multipolar system is coming, and it's going to offer opportunities. USA and Europe dominated world is slowly disappearing, and other countries are coming up, China, Russia, India, BRICS countries, even Africa. So this reset should be made use of. And that's where these knowledge economy initiatives, infrastructure initiatives of Kerala is important. In the context of CDS, I'll say, in fact, no, we are having people going away for education to Europe, and they end up in third-rate places. They're going for exposure. But one more point.
Don't deviate from. Let us talk about the care.
Yeah, okay. Since I started saying, I'll just stop by making a point. That is, now our education institutions are getting, even in the medical area, people coming from abroad and all. So centers like CDS, now we should think of a second phase of our evolution, where we should grow and start operating at a global scale, attracting students.
Okay. Now, I mean, Shantakumar, you talked about health services and so on, promote. Yeah. Yes. Okay, you pose a question. Pose a question to them. Let's see how they handle that.
You know, the care economy is not about any one demographic. The care economy is about social reproduction. And social reproduction happens whether you like it or not. It's been happening all the time, historically and spatially. And there is a certain group of people who have borne the burden of social reproduction. Unless we take that into account, we are going to reduce it to ridiculous levels. And that's what I see happening, and I really do object.
I agree. I mean, somebody was telling me that we should start theological colleges in Kerala and train priests and send them out. That's also care. I mean, it's religious care. You can extend it. And the need for health services. I'm sure we can link that up with this. The need for child care to promote women's participation. Yeah, please.
With all respect, John, I think we should be careful. I mean, this is an academic discussion. This is not a joke. So, and not a casual discussion either. At least that's what I see around myself. So, care is something well defined. Theological colleges are not care. They are something else. You know that. You know perfectly well. I know. So, please, let's take this seriously. And I'm completely baffled by, the panel, honestly, the way because it's as if care is just a commodity and it's amply produced, third world country, poor country, where you just produce care and you just send it abroad, you sell it, and you see, these people who are going abroad as caregivers are facing an enormous deficit of care here. And some of us who have done research among those women see that very directly. They are leaving behind children as small as 15 years old, taking care of siblings who are like 11 and 12. And, and these young people are struggling because even what these women send back is not a great amount. So, in my sample, I interviewed 45 women, of which 3 women had related to me the terrible experience of suicides by their older child. Because the child cannot just handle, So there is a care crisis. Please take this seriously. I am completely baffled how you can be so casual. And I'm reminded of Leela Gulati's statement, which Suraj is not here. But please let's not please stop this. No, 2 minutes or 3 minutes. Care is a human issue, and it needs to be treated as such.
No. Okay, Isaac, go ahead.
I am not going to speak about care economy. But the spirit of the discussion, Alice, we are undergoing a demographic transition from a society where children dominate to a society where elderly dominate. Now the first phase, children had to be taken care of, and Kerala's credit is that it has managed that phase of the demographic transition very well. The best care is given to children in terms of education, healthcare, and all that. But there, okay, state supports, but essentially the family takes care, that is instinctive. But you have the second phase, where there is nothing instinctive, you see. The West took care of it by institutional arrangement. And that's something that Kerala cannot afford to. All right, the young aged, they do not need such care. But there comes some phase in the life where you have to be cared for. You cannot take care of yourself. So Kerala, the challenge before Kerala is that we have to produce how this can be faced. Maybe a fashion that family will take care with community support and state support. We have to create such a model similar to what we had done for the first phase of democratic transition. That's a spirit in which not sending care workers abroad. No, that's nothing. But how to address this problem of Kerala. Yeah? I don't want to elaborate for, but I tell you one thing. I am spending some about 25% of my time trying to do an experiment in Calicut Corporation. They are going to make a big announcement, which they couldn't do because of the elections coming. But I think something is going to happen in Kerala.
Thank you. I just want to make a clarification. You know, I don't think it is fair to blame the whole panel for anything. I took a poll. I take the blame for this. I took a poll. There was a considerably large number who wanted to have the discussion on the care economy. I mean, you can't have 7 people here talking about their interests, you know, for 10 minutes each. So this was an attempt to make it a little different. So care economy, yes, this is not the expertise of every one of them. So they were getting into a discussion. So let us see it like that. And there were several aspects of this. I mean, child care, as Devika said, I have also personally been seeing this. Child care for the carers who are caring for the upper middle class. Yes, so there are a lot of issues which I agree. So please continue, because we will not have too much more time. 5 minutes.
No, I just want to say. Yeah.
Knowledge economy, care, start with the broader question so that the other things get subsumed.
Yeah. See, one thing, you know, like continuing with John's understanding, that when we are asked to speak about 2-3 minutes, and there are multiple dimensional perspectives to understand it, and then picking one point, one word, and criticizing the panel is not accepted. I take objections to it. Because all of the people are working from different theoretical, ideological perspectives. Everyone has a knowledge on their domain they are working. But this 2 minutes, 3 minutes is basically making into piecemeal, and that piecemeal is not understanding. But John, coming to a different point which I would like to make is a knowledge economy, which I am saying CDS as a higher education institution, very importantly, we agree or disagree, we have to take cognizance of the fact of the shrinking space of autonomy in the higher educational institutions, and that is a very important thing when you're doing academic research, and how much autonomous interventions we can make, and then the shrinking space of that autonomous space, and then how can we use using certain kind of negotiations to engage in that shrinking spaces is something as an academician like me facing. And then in that case, knowledge economy, because internationalization of higher education institution is a norm of the day, and where the state is withdrawing from the higher education institutions, asking to get the funds from outside to run the institutions, and then what will be the content of those curriculum that we are going to design, and how can we make the curriculum a different pattern. See, because when for us right now, we have 3 institutions coming in. One is Sciences Po from Paris, which is, and then one is Monash, and one is London School of Economics. So we have, like having the dual degree, one year in London, 1 year in Paris, and 1 year in Australia, and 1 year in Tata Institute. So the whole question, the second year, the people are interested to understand the democratic experiences, the field experiences that we are doing. That is exactly what I'm saying, is that how can we make the content that what we are having, and then understand. So basically to subvert the knowledge that we are having, the knowledge that we are giving, and try to say that the data need to revisit the data, analyze the data, made a different data, understand the data in a different way, to have a subaltern voice, to have a subaltern knowledge, and to present that subaltern knowledge, to have a epistemological shift in the way in which the knowledge, because that is where our comparative advantage is. And then we have to speak about how, for example, in Kerala, the whole interesting democratic decentralization experiences, whether we are making that into the curriculum, where how much we are, making that is important to see that how can we make. So that is what I said, we need to redesign, redevelop, revisit our knowledge pattern to understand that present demand, and how can we in a neoliberal economy will be able to understand these things without compromising much on what we have. That is so important.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'm going to convert it differently. Yes, please, sir.
Just
a question if you have.
A humble request to you. You have organized this discussion very well. I think very many views are represented, and I really appreciate your standing all the time and taking good notes. Therefore, I would like you to prepare a document. It will go as on this occasion, K.N. Raja's centenary celebrations occasion. I think it will be a CDE document with you as the editor and with due acknowledgement to all the speakers here. That is my humble request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me switch back to the conventional mode, because everybody seems to be uncomfortable. If you've heard the 7 of them, if there are people who want to ask specific questions to specific people or general, it's fine. Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to make a statement, because I think coming back to the bigger, what has happened in this discussion is that it's become fragmented as I'm listening to it. So what I wanted to sort of just thinking aloud for myself is, if you ask the question what ought to be done, it seems to me a few basic things. One is that today in Kerala, it seems to me, not only in Kerala, everywhere, we need a new vision of development, and that isn't coming through in our discourse. What do I mean by a new vision of development? That vision of development must contain something ethical, something moral, ethical and moral, because if you look back in the past in Kerala, the whole education movement, poverty, unemployment, and those are all the ethical appeals. And that is the reason why it captured the souls of people. Now today, when you're about to become a wealthy country, becoming rich does not have an ethical content. And that is why across the world you will see rich countries are unhappy. So therefore, we cannot think about development today in terms of employment, in terms of getting more money. We need a new vision. Now there's thousands of things one can do. But question is, given Kerala's strong, development of the human capital thing, from this standpoint, where we stand today, we should think of a new appealing vision that addresses many things. To me, what seems to me kind of something among the things that will have a moral weight is how to save the environment, how to adjust for the climate, how to face all the challenges. You're having floods here, landslides here. That is something that will mobilize people. So that is one element, but there are others. There are people yearning for something new and different to do beyond pure material success. So our vision of what we ought to do should contain that, and then we can be able to influence policymakers and induce them to think along the way. But so that's my suggestion.
Sri Kumar.
I'm not an economist, as you all know. I'm basically a geographer and working on the natural resources. What I felt after listening to the panelists, I think the point which is get missed is the type of change which is going on in Kerala in the natural resource front. In '79, when I first landed in Kerala, I could drink water from any river. Today I cannot do it. The land, the type of production which was there, today it is not there. Land is becoming sterile, water is becoming polluted, and of course the incidence of the natural disaster is increasing. The Arabian Sea is getting warm up, so which we are used to think earlier, the Bay of Bengal is the engine of monsoon that is shifting, and we are having the sort of cyclones. Now Kerala development, if you think of it in future, we must have a perspective for 30 years. Looking into this change, in fact, we are not capturing the change which is taking place, and manifestation of that change in the local area is highly visible. Now, I will be suggesting CDS to really look into these areas. It seems, I was just telling Isaac, it seems that Kerala people like to drink water from the bottle only. And as we know today, if you really look into the water availability, is a very, very serious situation. There are taps, water is not available. And that is the reality which is happening today. So natural resource base, the change which is taking place, and how really we are going to look into in future is very important. Sea level rise is causing what is called that climate refugee. I think Dr. Isaac knows very well. A place called Thaikatashari, where every high tide there is a water. And people are thinking to shift. People migrating from the Kutanad that we are seeing. People are making their houses on the stilt in Kutanad because flood has become a regular phenomena. So these situations should really figure out when you think for what should be the Kerala's future. Thank you very much.
Last intervention.
Yeah, this is in response to points that have come up from several quarters, and it's about migration of care workers. So I just want to say that Kerala's poor women should not be tied to taking care of Kerala's rich people. So the option of migration, whether it's outside the state to other states, the option of migration overseas should be available. The problem with migration is that women's labor migration is excessively regulated. There are huge restrictions which end up putting them in peril. The problem with student migration, again something that Kerala has a deep investment or interest in, is not regulated at all. So we really need to think, and Kerala has a huge interest in all of this, but it's a central government sphere. It's the MEA that really regulates. So I think Kerala really needs to think about how migration is regulated in a way that doesn't tie the, shrink the autonomy of women, particularly poor women, while giving them safe and equitable access to better earning opportunities wherever they are available, and also dealing with student migration in a way that it is properly regulated, so that the whole irregularity is brought down to the minimum.
It's, yeah. May I, does anybody, we are run out of time. We are run out of time. If you just a last word, and then I will also have my last word.
I agree with
Okay.
I just wanted...
Wait, please. One round.
Okay, I just wanted to,
John, I think, yeah. I think, Pravina, I think there is recent survey by Kudumbasri has shown that only 5% of their family members have opportunity to go abroad, whatever it is. Your point is well taken, not about. Now, coming to the knowledge economy aspect. See, the point is, if knowledge is the most important, so the modern economy, learning is the most important process. Not manufacturing, not mining, not agriculture. Then, that is a quintessential and interactive process. Inter-country, intra-country, inter-institutional, so on and so forth. And appropriate institutional architecture should be evolved to facilitate broadening the interactive space such a way as to create both scientific knowledge and synthetic knowledge. And harnessing that for the development of the state is going to be a huge opportunity. Unfortunately, in the last budget, it was announced that we will be providing more opportunity for education, but it is subjected. I don't know what, after that it is subjected. Anyway, so what I'm trying to say, we are yet to appreciate the relevance of broadening the interactive space for learning process.
Okay,
Fine,
that's
thank
fine. Go ahead.
Yeah,
just your concluding statement, half a minute.
Just one or two sentences. I would obviously join Chiranjeev San when he says that, at the end of the day, we need to talk about ethical state and what kind of egalitarian forms of existence that we can realize. That should be the vision of the state formation. So basically, this state making should be linked with what is often called right making. If you look at the European history and the writings of Charles Tilly, you would say that, look, war made history, or war made state, or state made war. But that shouldn't be the history of the future. Actually, we should see in what way that would articulate the new forms of egalitarian forms of existence for a state like Kerala, which has got a long history, as had been narrated by Professor Michael Tharavan. Thank you so much.
Again, 2 points. As an individual, I have no moral problem in saying that there should be a lot more training of care workers happening in Kerala and allow those who have opportunities to go abroad. I think that's a very moral and ethical position. The second point is that it's not only for care work, the good quality carpentry, good quality bricklaying, good quality plumbing, electrician, etc. There are a lot of opportunities for people who have just completed school education, and we know, if you look at the data, I think we know that the migration has not really benefited the Dalits and the tribal children, and if they can get, if the boys and girls from those communities can get training in these things, and they should be given opportunities to migration, and I think it's a very moral and ethical position that I have. You can disagree with me. The third point is that I think knowledge economy, something that we should understand is that Kerala has invested adequately in higher education, but the outcome is not very good. And this is not an investment issue. This is an institutional issue. So by setting right the institution, Kerala's higher education should be able to contribute to the knowledge economy. And there, I think the political will and institutional readiness is the most important issue.
Let the people of Kerala help Kerala save itself.
As I was telling, the Kerala model is built on the basis of mobilization of the people on themselves for collective good. And that spirit is active even now. That's what we have seen during COVID, during floods. And that's what we see in the case of palliative care movement, which is not supported so much by the government. Community is taking initiative. So Chiranjeev's concern, I think Kerala society by and large is taking care of that. Only thing is that we should facilitate that in different areas. And that spirit is there in Kerala society.
I would like to re-emphasize what I said earlier. I think the Kerala society should empower and engage the elderly, especially on the silver economy. And we should not treat them like such they are care receivers. I think that brand, I think we should slowly avoid that. They are not only the care receivers, there are other people also there.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say one statement that whichever theoretical, philosophical, ideological dimensions that you would like to see the future and the sustainability of Kerala, one needs to understand it from a premises of habitat, habitus, and habitants. So habitat is not, like going beyond a geographical space. It's a historical habitat, it's a cultural habitat, it's a political habitat, and then how the habitus, as the social practices, economic practices, political practices, cultural practices make this habitants to live there, and how can we have a synergy of this to have a sustainable living. It is important.
Thank you. I will just round it up with 2 minutes. I still feel the issue of using the word care, it was very important, because I think when you talk about care, you are bringing in the ethical and moral issues. And here we are not only talking about care for human beings, we are also talking about care for nature. So if the future of Kerala is definitely going to depend on how we take care of the human capital of the Malayalis, and also we should not forget that if all the Malayalis go away, there are lots of people who come here. I mean, we shouldn't forget the migrants who are here. We have to take care of them also, as well as we take care of ourselves. And the history in which we have, shown capacity building and all the rest of it for ourselves, we have to show it for them. And certainly, we have to look at nature very differently. And I think in Kerala, we have taken nature for granted because it is so much around us, and that day is over. So we need to bring in the care, the ethical and moral dimensions for the future in terms of nature also. So I will just leave it at that. Thank you very much. We can talk later. We have run out of time. Thank you very much to the panel, and thank you for all of you for listening. Thank you very much.
I request Professor Mrithulepan to comment.
To please stand here and let everyone see. Beena and Keshav and all those people who've gone behind it, Tara, and all the students, come on, all those who work for Shraddha, those are the names I know. Come on.
Requesting all students and faculties who have been part of the organizing committees, staff as well, to come forward to the stage. We are winding up the session.
Also, just a reminder to everybody, we are having an informal gathering of women scholars, and we want to specially invite all our senior alumni and all the speakers who are here to join us over there to talk about how women can navigate academia better. We are meeting in Joan Robinson Hall right now. There's some tea has been arranged. Please join us over there after this thing.
We are officially concluding Professor K. Raj Centenary celebrations hosted by Center for Development Studies. We thank each and everyone who have been part of this program, who have been working so hard for the past 6 to 8 months, organizing each committees. Thanks for making it a productive conference. Thank you.